Let us pray. Guide, we beseech thee, Almighty God, members of this honorable house, that they may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and for the glory of thy holy name. Honorable members, please join with me as we say together the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray, be seated.
I am advised by proclamation that the 2024 sitting of the Youth Parliamentarians of the Parish of St. George, duly appointed, should meet and transact their business in this honorable house on this 27th day of June 2024. I am further advised by the proclamation that the affairs of this Youth Parliament will be conducted with wisdom, temper, prudence, and that upon all occasions the rights of all citizens and members will be respected and recognized.
Honorable members, I am not unmindful of the honor which you have conferred on me today in electing me to the highest of office, that of your Speaker and your servant. It will be my aim and duty to uphold the principles and traditions of this House and secure for each member the rights to express his or her opinions within the limits necessary to preserve the decorum of this House. I pledge to recognize the rights and privileges of the honorable members and the House itself. I wish also to assure you that I will preside in a manner which will facilitate the orderly transaction of debate. And above all, I would seek to be fair and impartial in the decisions of the rules of Parliament and you yourselves entrust to me. This honorable House is now in session.
Confirmation of minutes. Announcements by Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, let me now remind you of the rules governing the sitting of this House. 1. Any member may bring a motion or resolution for the consideration of this House. 2. Members must stand to deliver their speech. 3. Members may not read their speeches but may refer to notes. 4. Members may not speak on any matter that has been decided on by vote in the House or which has been ruled on by the Speaker. 5. Speeches may not contain matters that refer to any matter that is sub judice. 6. Speeches may not contain matters that refer negatively to persons who are not members of the House and who therefore have no opportunity to reply. Be mindful of these rules and other standing orders as we proceed into today's sitting. We, the Youth Parliament of the Parish of St. George, acknowledge the presence of Honorable Jonathan Lacrette, Minister of Youth and Sports, Honorable Andy Williams, Parliamentary Representative, South St. George, Mr. Dominic Jeremiah, Principal of the Presentation Brothers College, Mr. Kenny James, Principal of the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Honorable Philip Tellisford, Parliamentary Representative, St. George Southeast, Honorable Ron Redhead, Parliamentary Representative, Mrs. Jill Vivek Filbert, Principal of the St. Joseph's Convent Secondary School, St. George, Mrs. Nerissa James Celestine, Principal of the Happy Hill Secondary School, Ms. Kim Paris, Principal of the Anglican High School, Honorable Peter David, Parliamentary Representative for the Town of St. George, Senator the Honorable Claudette Joseph, Minister of the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Labor and Consumer Affairs, Senator the Honorable Neilon Franklin, Desiree Stephen, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Youth and Sports, Mr. Arnold Burris, Adventures of Westerhall Seventh-day Adventist Church, Mrs. Bernadette Samuel, Principal at the Westerhall Secondary School, Mrs. Jocelyn Augustus Latouche, Principal at the Current Government School, Mrs. Patsy Klein George, Principal at the St. Joseph Roman Catholic School, Ms. Nicole Batiste, Principal, St. David's Roman Catholic School, Ms. Nicole John, Youth Ministry President at the Children of the Light Baptiste Church, Ms. Patricia Thomas, Principal at the St. Dominic's Roman Catholic School, Ms. Shina Lett, Youth Ministry President at the God's Lighthouse Church, Ms. Stephanie Alexander, President at the Beaton Youth Group, Ms. Tracy Lett, Youth Ministry President at the St. Theresa Roman Catholic Church, and Mr. Presley Samuel, President at the Bellevue Rangers SC Football Church, are in our midst as strangers. I remind all the strangers in the gallery that they are to remain silent, not show support or opposition for any member of the House, and they are to otherwise conduct themselves in a manner so as not to disrupt the proceedings of this honorable House.
Motions.
Honorable Member for St. Mark East and the Leader of Government's Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to move for the adoption of the following resolution standing in my name. Whereas all children have the right to education as affirmed in international agreements such as the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Human Rights, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the Sustainable Development Goals. And whereas the state of Grenada is transitioning towards universal secondary education, USC, and has proactively implemented measures to pave the way for its attainment. And whereas the government of Grenada is committed to inclusivity, fairness, and lifelong learning, recognizing education as essential for societal and economic growth, national development, and individual empowerment. Be it resolved that the implementation of universal secondary education, USC, is an effective strategy to guarantee quality education for students in the state of Grenada. Be it further resolved that USC will provide opportunities for citizens of the state of Grenada to maximize their potential, thereby contributing to the overall growth and development of the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, the question proposed to the Youth Parliament of the Parish of St. George, Grenada is, be it resolved that the implementation of the universal secondary education or USE, is an effective strategy to guarantee quality secondary education for students in the state of Grenada. Be it further resolved that USE will provide opportunities for citizens of the state of Grenada to maximize their potential, thereby contributing to the overall growth and development of the country. Honorable Member for St. Mark East and Leader of Government's Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I seek your permission to quote throughout my speech.
Honorable members, permission is granted to everyone to quote throughout their speech for the rest of this sitting. So you may proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to say good afternoon to everyone on both sides of the aisle. So, Madam Speaker, I rise today as the Minister of Education, Youth and Development to affirm this government's support for the implementation of USE as an effective strategy to ensure that quality education is provided to all students of Grenada. Now, Madam Speaker, let us be clear that when we speak of quality education, I believe that the following definition from the Wellspring Foundation for Education sums it up nicely. Madam Speaker, according to the Wellspring Foundation of Education, quality education is education that focuses on the whole child. You're talking about the psychological, the physical, the social, and the cognitive development of that child, regardless of their race, color, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, or geographic location. Additionally, it is also based on excellent pillars of teaching, using developmentally appropriate and effective tools to develop an environment that is conducive to learning. Now, Madam Speaker, I would like for everyone, especially, Madam Speaker, the members on the other side of the aisle, to pay very, very close attention to this latter part of the definition. Quality education, Madam Speaker, is education that provides an outcome for individuals, communities, and societies to prosper. End of quote. And, Madam Speaker, I believe the latter part of the definition pretty much covers the second part of the resolution. So, Madam Speaker, let's ask ourselves a very critical question. Who in their right mind would be opposed to USE? Apparently, Madam Speaker, the members on the other side of the aisle did a psychiatric evaluation. Now, Madam Speaker, the members on the other side of the aisle, in particular, the leader of the opposition, in her acrolect English, hold on, Madam Speaker, in this honorable house today, the honorable leader will see that she's not the only one in this house who could speak acrolect English. Now, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition might say, hold on, there aren't enough trained teachers in secondary and primary schools to help students that are lagging. Or even better, historically, teachers have taken money from their own pockets to procure teaching materials. Or even better, there are simply not enough counselors in primary or secondary schools to help students who are suffering from psychosocial problems. Madam Speaker, let's be very clear. This government has sorted up all of these issues, and we have a strategy. For, Madam Speaker, this government will never deny secondary education to any student in Grenada. Why, Madam Speaker? Because secondary education is a prepper, Madam Speaker. Afterwards, you go on to tertiary education, and after that, you can either get a job or become an entrepreneur. Now, Madam Speaker, let's face it. The world is so different from when our parents were little children, let alone teenagers. And, Madam Speaker, I had a conversation with an esteemed gentleman. He had been a teacher for more than 20 years. And he told me that back in his day, you finished secondary school, you got your GCE, and you could get a good job as a teacher, and then go on to teacher's college to become qualified. But now, you need a degree as a minimum to be a teacher. Madam Speaker, let's face it, opposing universal secondary education is just foolhardy. It's not being prudent. Madam Speaker, primary education is just the basics. It is a prepper for secondary education, after which obtaining, you go on to tertiary education. Madam Speaker, and to test my statement, I invite you, or even better yet, Madam Speaker, the members on the other side of the aisle to conduct a survey or interview potential employers and ask how many of them would employ someone with only primary education, and then, of course, to make the results of the survey or interview public. Madam Speaker, let me tell you of this government's double helix approach. We have our strategy called SAGE, Madam Speaker, the Strategy for Advancing Grenada's Education. And, Madam Speaker, we have the EIS, or the Early Identification System. Firstly, Madam Speaker, SAGE. Now, Madam Speaker, this strategy was developed after consultations with key stakeholders, and of course with the necessary investments from within the state, additionally to our aid from regional partners, like the Caribbean Development Bank and our international partners such as the European Union and Commonwealth. Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my colleague, the Honorable Minister for Finance, for providing the supplemental funds to execute our strategy. Madam Speaker, this is a team. This is a team that works for the good of the country. Madam Speaker, SAGE is a comprehensive strategy that aims to make sure that secondary and primary schools, they have the right human capacity. Madam Speaker, through SAGE, all secondary schools and primary schools will have teachers who are trained. Teachers who are trained to help students who show low competency in subjects such as mathematics and English, and even, Madam Speaker, students with special needs. Madam Speaker, through SAGE, we will ensure that primary and secondary school teachers have the materials they need to do their jobs, as stipulated in the Education Act. Madam Speaker, through SAGE, we will make sure that all classrooms are conducive for learning. Madam Speaker, and to make SAGE sustainable, one of the strategies we will do is to make sure that there are scholarships available. And the same thing, Madam Speaker, will be done for counters and truancy officers. Madam Speaker, there will be enough counters and truancy officers in primary and secondary schools to help students with their psychosocial issues. Madam Speaker, we cannot let the one counselor per school district policy of the opposition when they were in power hold our nation's children to ransom any longer, Madam Speaker. We're breaking free from that. Madam Speaker, we will ensure that institutions such as PAM, the Graham Bachelet Center, NULO, they will not be left out of this deal, Madam Speaker. We guarantee that. Additionally, Madam Speaker, this government will ensure the establishment of centers of excellence so that lifelong learning adults, they can go and learn a skill for a changing career, for self-help, or just for learning's sake. For Madam Speaker, the growth of a country depends on empowering its people, especially its young people. And Madam Speaker, if the members on the other side of the aisle believe that this government is alone in holding this sentiment, Madam Speaker, let's listen to what former US President Barack Obama has to say about this. President Barack Obama, the 44th President of the United States of America, said, "Let us remember that in a global economy, a country's greatest resource is its people. This nation can open the door for far more prosperity because unlocking a nation's potential depends on empowering all its people, especially its young people," end of quote. Madam Speaker, let us now delve into the Early Identification System, or EIS. Madam Speaker, this system, it is multi-tiered. It involves four main things: identification and intervention, universal screening and ongoing assessment, referral, and for intervention. Madam Speaker, This system, it works by initially identifying the early onset of problems, issues, or concerns that can threaten an individual's health and psychological and educational development, or whatever phase of development. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Youth, Education, Sport, the Ministries of Health, Mental Health, Wellness and Religious Affairs, and the Ministries of Social Development, Community Development, and Gender Affairs will be the Tier 1 unit to spearhead the collaboration among key stakeholders to ensure that the early identification system and its benefits is shared for all students in Grenada. So that these students, Madam Speaker, they will not be denied secondary education. Madam Speaker, the people are with us. They elected us. And that's why we're on this side of the aisle, and the members on the other side of the aisle are there. So through you, Madam Speaker, let the members on the other side of the aisle put that in their pipe and smoke it before Crapo mates on it. Madam Speaker, in a survey that was conducted between the period Thursday, the 20th of May 2024 to Thursday, 20th of June 2024, there were 1,500 responses. I'll speak up to continue. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. 813 of the respondents were females, 687 were males. 80% of respondents were between the ages of 18 to 35, and 20% of respondents were between the ages of 45 to 70. But, Madam Speaker, here's the gist of the matter. 88% of the respondents supported universal secondary education, and 12% did not. However, Madam Speaker, things got interesting. When asked if they would support universal secondary education if CH and EIS were implemented, Madam Speaker, that 88% jumped to 97%. Madam Speaker, the results speak for themselves. In fact, Madam Speaker, 10% of the respondents were teachers, and all of them supported universal secondary education. Madam Speaker, let the members on the other side of the aisle play with fire and continue their assassination, their character assassination against universal secondary education. The people are watching, the people are listening, and the people are taking note. So come next election, Madam Speaker, there will be vacant seats on the other side of the aisle, and I, for one, will not feel sorry to see the backside of the members on the other side of the aisle walking through those doors for the last time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for St. Mark East and Leader of Government Business. Honorable Member for St. Andrew Southwest and Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the resolution brought before the Honorable House by the Minister of Education. Madam Speaker, I rise in full support of the resolution brought forward by my colleague, the Honorable Member for St. Mark's East. Madam Speaker, USE, universal education, nothing new, nothing taboo, until you realize the Honorable Member and her team is actively trying to disarm our nation into producing quality and productive citizens who will go on to become beacons for our nation. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Education would have shared, my government would see the introduction of the strategy advancing Grenada's education project, the SAGE project. I'd repeat, strategy advancing Grenada's education project. Madam Speaker, this project will entail 3 pillars: infrastructure, capacity building, and inclusion of neurological disabilities. Madam Speaker, I'll expound on the pillar of infrastructure to share with the general public on our plans moving forward. As being not only Prime Minister, I am withhold the Ministry of Infrastructure, Physical Development, Civil Aviation, and Transportation. Madam Speaker, my government will see the erection of 3 brand new state-of-the-art skills and aviation centers. We have already gotten the reports from our consultants and of our constituents who were critical in these decision makings, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, phase 1 will see the a brand new facility being erected in Westerhall St. David, Phase 2 in Mount Rodney St. Patrick, and Phase 3 being a brand new civil aviation center which will reclaim the land of Pearl's Airstrip. Madam Speaker, Phase 1 and Phase 2, being nearly identical, will receive 2 floors and is expected to have a classroom to accommodate woodwork, construction and engineering, technical drawing, HVAC, agriculture, automotive engineering, with a special inclusion of electric automotive. And we can proudly boast, Madam Speaker, that Grenada will be the first in the region to achieve such a prestigious milestone. Madam Speaker, we will also see the introduction of a fishing school exclusive to Phase 2, where students will learn the art of fishing and sea harvesting of sea moss. Madam Speaker, civil aviation, a multi-trillion-dollar with a T industry. Madam Speaker, this is our so-called oil reserve, our gold mine, and it involves developing our own people, Madam Speaker. Increase of foreign exchange from international students is also an option. Madam Speaker, my government has seen the implementation of free tuition in secondary education, primary and tertiary level education. Madam Speaker, according to the government of Grenada, there has been a steady increase in applicants entering our very own T.A. Marischal Community College. This proves that the system is doing exactly what we intended by removing the $800 from the parents who previously had this burden. Madam Speaker, our students are taking the advantage of our free meal a day program. Students who were subjected to pay $1 a day, it's now totally free. Madam Speaker, this program isn't perfect. However, we are working studiously to have these issues rectified. However, the end goal is clear, and parents will be relieved of these burdens. Madam Speaker, through you, I anticipate that the most honorable members on the other side who are acute in their thinking will use these cheap political tactics to try to bamboozle us with the transportation and how vulnerable students would be able to make it to school here and back. Madam Speaker, my government had put together a transportation commission which will lead the change in implementing a cashless system and which will see underprivileged students be granted the chance for free transportation to attend school. And in all goodness, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Are there any other contributions to the resolution in this Honorable House today? Honorable Member for St. Andrew Northeast and Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today as the Leader of the Opposition to register my objection to the resolution. Madam Speaker, through you, I would like to thank the Honourable Leader of Government Business for his personal compliments. Madam Speaker, we, the opposition, do see merit in the idea of USE, but our current educational system is simply not prepared to handle its implementation as yet. The honourable members of the other side have mentioned some valid and much needed interventions and plans that need to be put in place before, not after, not during, but before the implementation of USE. It is simply not utilizable in our current educational climate. Madam Speaker, universal secondary education, in theory, is a great idea. Free and fair education for all. Well, who would argue against a basic human right? However, the problem with universal secondary education lies not in its aims, but in its highly flawed execution. And I quote, Madam Speaker, according to PhD Knight 2014 of the University of the West Indies, The reported impact of the policy of USC on student performance is evident in the number of increasing students unable to be promoted to the 5th form level due to their inability to pass a single exam at the 4th form level. The increases in student dropout at the same 4th form level and the perceived increases in student misbehavior all present significant risks to the strategic use of educational access for achieving increased productivity. The above is evidence of a lack of congruency between the stated goals of education in Grenada and the policy of USC as implemented in that tri-island state, and has implications for the achievement or non-attainment of regional education goals currently being pursued. End of quote. It is human nature, Madam Speaker, to devalue opportunities that are not earned. For instance, wasting of resources, causing the removal of NOASA's free pipe stands in our local communities, or for students to pass on to the next academic year without meeting the educational requirements, causing students to finish school with few skills and utilizable qualifications. Madam Speaker, students are routinely missed, potential is consistently wasted, and those who come from underprivileged backgrounds are often vilified and end up criminalized. You cannot aim to drastically increase the amount of secondary educational level qualified persons without first addressing the problems that are preventing it. The very notion of universal secondary education is equivalent to putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. The failures of the Grenadian education system affect the whole of Grenada, from our labor force to our leisure and our agriculture. Under and miseducated children create an unstable nation and workforce. And I quote, as stated by UNICEF Office for the Eastern Caribbean Area 2017, a regional analysis of country-submitted data conducted in 2015 and covering a period of 5 years, 2009 to 2013 respectively, provides the following snapshot of the situation in Grenada. 107 cumulative total of juvenile arrests, persons aged between 9 to 17 years, 1,326. Grenada has the highest number of children charged on an annual basis among the 10 reporting countries. The highest. Can I stress that our nation has the highest? Nearly 325 in 2012, 250 in 2013, and just under 250 in 2014. One of the highest number of children charged per capita, 225 per 100,000. Need I not remind us, end of quote. Need I not remind us how small our island nation is, just over 100,000 persons. And I quote, in comparison to less than 20% of students achieved 5 passes in the Caribbean Secondary Education Certificate, CSEC, including English and Maths each year from 2009 to 2013. This means that 80% of secondary students in Grenada did not attain the minimum matriculations required to enter the tertiary education level. Of the 1,318 students who wrote 5 CSEC subject exams between 2012 to 2013, the pass rate including English and Maths was 16.7%. 16.7%, end quote. The nation shamefully boasts a school-to-prison pipeline system, particularly for those young persons who, instead of being flagged as vulnerable, have been punished for being disadvantaged. Many of the youths are surviving in abusive, impoverished, and criminal homes with no opportunity for intervention. Yes, Grenada needs more skilled workers to increase the economy. Yes, an increase in employment leads to a decrease in crime, lessening the costs of and increasing security of the nation. But universal secondary education is not the way to achieve this. In fact, it is the way to move away from these goals. Failing upwards is a serious problem, which can be nearly uncorrectable for the wrong tax bracket. finishing school by default without attaining proper skills or qualifications. Madam Speaker, permission for 1 more minute.
Honorable members, let me remind you that is the warning bell, reminding you that it's 1 minute remaining, so there's no need to ask permission for extra time. That is the first bell. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker. Finishing school by default without attaining proper skills or qualifications will only result in a generation of underemployed and unmotivated young persons, actively creating the opposite effect of the intended goals. We have proven that we understand the need for and are capable of delivering holistic education. This is perfectly demonstrated by the Empower program, incorporating fiscal responsibility, well-being, formal education, and soft skill development to create a more sustainable and dynamic workforce. If it has been so clearly researched, acted upon, and successfully delivered, why has it not been incorporated into the mainstream educational system as yet? Why do we refuse to bet on our own? Instead, we are choosing to follow foreign nations and jump on the universal secondary education bandwagon. We have our unique challenges, thus we require unique solutions. How can Grenada go up, up, up if we keep letting our kids down, down, down? We're not...
We are not in drum corps practice. Please keep the beating of the tables at a minimum. Thank you. You may proceed.
Honourable Madam Speaker, may I request 1 more minute? I believe the second bell went off.
You are granted 45 seconds to wrap up. Leader of the Opposition. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're not only letting down ourselves, but we are letting down our future. Stand against USC today and stand with our children. Fix the problem and not the image. USC has its merits, and if the government does implement its proposed interventions, it could be successful. But until that is achieved, USC will do more damage than good. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for St. Patrick Southwest, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As Minister for Finance, I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude for having the chance to be here to take part in this crucial discussion regarding the resolution. Firstly, Madam Speaker, I would like to kick off by shifting our focus to the correlation between economic growth and education. According to research conducted by Hoover Institution, Stanford University, and others, long-run growth in gross domestic product is largely determined by the scales of a nation's population. The relationship between aggregate cognitive skills, knowledge capital of the nation, and long-run growth rate of an economy is extraordinarily strong, Madam Speaker. Therefore, it is imperative that we as a nation continue to take measures to enhance the knowledge capital of our country, and that is where the implementation of USE comes in. USE speaks about accessibility to secondary education for all students. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, quality secondary education, do not be fooled. Having all students of Carriacou, Grenada, and Peter McNick access to quality secondary education that the Minister of Education presented on, will in fact not only guarantee quality education for all students, but also guarantee economic growth and development for our country. Education significantly boosts economic productivity by enhancing skills and individual output. A well-educated workforce not only drives efficiency, but also attracts investment, which is a major component of our GDP. By prioritizing education, we are laying the foundations for sustainable economic growth. No, Madam Speaker, I will be lying to you if I say that this initiative is not costly. However, it is imperative that we look at this as we cannot afford it, but how we can afford it. We must think big and make it happen for the future of Grenada. Funding strategy for USE. Our funding strategy for USE revolves strategic fiscal policies and monetary policies together of a revision of our taxing system, which prioritizes education as a cornerstone of economic growth and development. As such, we will significantly boost public spending, Madam Speaker, through increased government spending. Our schools will boast cutting-edge facilities with technology so advanced that even visitors may wonder if they're in Harvard, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it gets better because we are not only improving the physical infrastructure, but we will be spending money on teacher training programs to ensure that all teachers are well equipped with skills to cater for the needs of all students, regardless of their background. In parallel, our monetary policy will include the issuing of government bonds that will secure a financial mechanism to support long-term economic growth. The implementation of new taxation. Now, I hope you all really pay attention to this because it's some real economics about to happen here. This revamp of our tax system aims to decrease direct taxation and increase indirect taxations, whereby incremental proceeds from the indirect taxation will go towards our USE Education Fund. These innovative measures will ensure sustainable financing of USE while keeping cost-push inflation at minimal. 1, telecommunication levy. We will impose a small charge on telecommunication services. This levy will be added to phone bills at 1%. Lottery revenue allocation. We will mandate that a percentage of 5% be added to lottery tickets contributions, and that will be added to our USE Education Fund. We will also propose increase in value-added tax by 0.75%, raising VAT from 15% to 15.75%. I find it, Madam Speaker, the honorable member seems to be getting worried, but I have good news now. To mitigate the impact on consumers, we thereby propose a reduction in income tax and corporate tax, whereby the first 60,000 of employee income will be exempted. Excess of 60,000 will be taxed at 5.5%, so we are lowering the income tax, and I will say why, and corporate tax. This adjustment aims to maintain overall fiscal neutrality while encouraging consumer spending and investment in the economy. A reduction in tax will allow for households to have more disposable income, which will be spent on goods and services. A reduction in our corporate tax will allow for goods and services to become more affordable. Madam Speaker, this will provide significant funding to our USE Educational Fund, and speaking millions, Madam Speaker, because a significant proportion of our value-added tax, 0.75%, that is the incremental increase, that is allocated to our education fund. So, Madam Speaker, we as a government will not sit by and prohibit students from accessing quality education that was and is being meticulously designed for them. And, Madam Speaker, don't be fooled by the honorable opposition leader trying to twist up things and be like, well, education may be good, right? Because one of our meetings, I heard the honorable of the opposition say this, and I quote, USE is bad, end of quote. Madam Speaker, when I hear that, I almost drop down. But I say this to say, Madam Speaker, the honorable members on the other side, their whole thing is USE is bad. They never see to know the benefits. They may come here and try to fool people, but, Madam Speaker, they can't fool us here and the people of Grenada. A matter of fact, Madam Speaker, honorable member told me, I don't want to call him. I'll call him, Madam Speaker. The honorable member of St. John say Facebook posts about teachers complaining about USE is bad. But, Madam Speaker, we are not interested in Facebook posts. Madam Speaker, we are interested in facts. And the facts will show teachers, parents, students, they will all want quality education for themselves and for the nation, Madam Speaker.
Honorable member, your time has lapsed.
Madam Speaker, can I have 45 5 seconds, conclude, please.
Extension of time is granted.
Thank
May
you, Madam
proceed.
Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to remind the honorable members on the other side that USE is a means of accessing quality education, and there are so many benefits. Enhancing skills and productivity, is that bad? Attracting future investment is bad, Madam Speaker? Is enhancing long-term economic resilience bad, Madam Speaker? So no matter what they commit, Madam Speaker, we have the facts right here. So you could jump high, you could jump low, but the facts will show that USC is the way to go. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member for the town of St. George.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for the privilege to contribute to this honorable House today as a Shadow Minister for Education. The USC can work if there is a proper structure in place in the secondary schools to help students that are not academically eligible to perform at the secondary education level. However, such structure does not exist, thus making the lives of these said students and teachers extremely difficult. How can we achieve quality education like this? Making the lives of students and teachers difficult. Is this what we want? You cannot first implement USC without a centralized curriculum. Madam Speaker, that's crazy. Madam Speaker, please refer to the image that you received from me before the sitting. USC, as it stands currently, provides an equal opportunity for each student because it is an educational system built on equality. However, to solve the complex array of educational issues that Grenada has, we need an equitable solution. Therefore, equal opportunity will allow each student to physically attend school, but equitable opportunity will allow students to finish school at a highly qualified and skilled workforce. Instead of implementing and forcing USC on our nation, the government should invest in providing materials for the teachers to accommodate the different learning styles of the children. As an educator myself, I say this from a personal standpoint, Madam Speaker. Teachers have their personal lives to attend to, and therefore cannot spend all or the vast majority of their salary to supply the classroom with materials for enhanced learning. I assure you, if this method was to be implemented, we would see the rapid improvement of our education system. While discussing the accommodation for the different learning styles, let's touch a bit on disabilities, learning disabilities, and neurodiversity. USC requires inclusion of all students. I repeat, all students. How can we achieve quality, inclusive, and equal education when teachers are not being trained and are not properly equipped to deal with students with learning disabilities? When all these roles and responsibilities are placed on teachers without providing them with sufficient support and resources, they eventually become mentally and emotionally exhausted because of the pressure placed on them. When the expectations are not met, the teacher is the easiest one to blame. We need to focus on the flawed structures the government currently has in place that cannot support USC as it stands. Madam Speaker, the government seems to focus on idealism and not realism. A bit delusional if you ask me. Does the government enjoy mentally torturing humans? When the feelings of inferiority and doubt arise, will the government be there to shamelessly comfort these students one by one? Again, does the government enjoy mentally torturing humans? Honestly, Madam Speaker, The government knows that the implementation of USC in our unequipped society is rapidly depleting our education system. Why else will they make it so difficult to obtain statistics that show the percentage of how many students actually pass CPEA? Instead, they seem to hide their failure and mask it as confidentiality. Why else will they remove ranking? Madam Speaker, hard work should be recognized and celebrated. Removing ranking is just plain out unnecessary and deceitful. Or as we say nowadays, doing too much. USC increases, it basically creates a hiding place for the slackers and a blind spot for the children with learning disabilities. USC increases opportunity for education, not access to quality education, and it seems that is what the government fails to see and comprehend. Allowing a child to proceed to the next stage without acquiring adequate knowledge for the next stage is setting them up for failure. Would you send a person to the supermarket to purchase an item or items with no money? If you look at the majority of students who drop out of school, the majority are boys. Why is that? And I quote, according to worldbank.org, boys are 6 percentage points less likely than girls to complete lower secondary education. End of quote. Again, why is that? Before the implementation of USC, Grenada ranked top 3 in the Caribbean for literacy. Where are we now? Madam Speaker, we now rank number 5. Whatever happened to forward ever, backward never? In closing, USC aims to provide inclusive education for every child and access to quality education. In reality, this is not achieved. This is why I stand in objection to the implementation of USC. The educational system needs to be transformed to handle such a drastic policy change.
Honorable
Madam
Member
Speaker.
For Kariku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand on a point of clarity.
I do not wish to yield.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members, may I remind you, we are not at drum practice, and that's members of the opposition. Please kindly keep the table knocking to a minimum. Thank you. Are there any other contributions to the resolution brought before this Honorable House today? Honorable Member for St. David Northwest.
Right, before I start, Madam Speaker, I have some documents prepared here for you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Hello? Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. And good afternoon, everybody, all members of Hoist. As the Minister of Legal Affairs, Consumer Affairs, and Labor, we must look at number of employed rates with youths in Grenada. 2025 is going to increase. Madam Speaker, I quote from Caribbean Loops, Grenada records decline in a rate of unemployment. The results of labor force survey in Grenada that was undertaken for the quarter ended June 30th, 2023, has revealed that the unemployment rate was 12%, which represents a decline from 16.6% as recorded from the quarter ended June 2021. And, Madam Speaker, 28.4% recorded in June of 2020. Madam Speaker, the unemployment rate amongst young youths fell from 38.6% for the quarter ended in June 2021 to 36.2% for the quarter ended June 2023. Madam Speaker,
Honorable member, not intending to cut you, but the documents that you mentioned, are these documents I'm supposed to be referring to during your presentation? You'll have
Yes,
to give
Madam
it to the
Speaker.
Sergeant of Arms kindly.
Yes. Madam Speaker, we have a target plan. Inflate the current employment rate up by 8.92% by 2026, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I quote, "The fire within the youth of hearts lights the path to a brighter future," end of quote. Madam Speaker, I believe this quote above speaks for itself. Madam Speaker, I have noticed in my community there's a lot of young people who never received secondary school education, who are today in act of substance abuse, drug abuse, assaults, violence, indecent behavior, etc. Madam Speaker, just remember, universal secondary education will be beneficial to the youth, and those youth will contribute to a stronger, more diversified labor force that will, Madam Speaker, contribute to the strength of Grenada's economy. Madam Speaker, because the lack of secondary education, they cannot attend to college, much less a university institution. These selected youths will not be eligible to start a business, Madam Speaker, since they lack secondary education to begin with. SAGE will be embarking on initiative to give these youths a second chance at life. Amen. And remember, Madam Speaker, the Grand Baccalaureate sector will not be left out of the benefit of SAGE. This is our government working in unity. Madam Speaker, with universal secondary education being mandatory, it will have growth within Grenada's economy and will have more disposable income circulating within the states of Grenada as a result of these new implementation. Grenada has substantial potential for growth. The workforce can improve. Water, please.
Honorable member, do you wish for a moment to have some water?
Thank
you may
you.
proceed, honorable member.
The quality of consumer services, reliable services that we need on an everyday basis, Madam Speaker. We first need a sustainable plan, which the government has carefully reviewed and presented to the Honorable House today. SAGE, the young people are the future, and let's not ignore where we all came from, our humbling beginnings. In today's society, technology makes it easier and more efficient. Hence, the diversified workforce is an essential component in the development of Grenada's very own labor force. Madam Speaker, if you could look at the documents I sent up at you, this will make life easier for all of us.
Which one of them, honorable member?
First, right, Madam Speaker, we're looking at the SAGE effect. Our economy is the source. Then we break it down to the labor force. Then we have one branch and a next branch. These are the youths. These are the arms. One arm on the subtopics, we have business and job. If there are youths who are, let me say this carefully, right? You need to be educated to run a business. You cannot be illiterate and you want to run a business. It will not work. So if you want to be able to run a business, you're going to need capital. And by right, they're going to need a job. But look at the next arm. Look at the next arm, Madam Speaker. Youths who desire to own a business still going to need capital, but they're going to be a business owner and they're going to need to get employees to assist them in their business. Madam Speaker, all of these things comes back to our service consumers, and we are lacking a lot in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're talking about crime rate and all of these things. As the Minister of Legal Affairs, as well myself, I will not go too in depth. That's why you have the documents to see all the crime rates from the RGPF from 2017 to 2018, Madam Speaker. And I will highlight this one. Number one on the list, murder. 150% increase, Madam Speaker. We need to change this. These youths are complaining, Madam Speaker, that they do not have any programs that they can fit into. So we are the government side. We want to provide that opportunity to them. We do not want to take it away because why? They find other things. The idle hands are the devil workshop, Madam Speaker, and we need to give them a chance. And that is why, Madam Speaker, as I said earlier on, universal secondary education needs to be mandatory. Madam Speaker, as I get ready to close up my speech, the opposition side, Madam Speaker, is fighting against us. And I am fighting for the nation. We as the government are fighting for the nation. And Grenada is a place that has potential. And we as the government, we see that vision. We see beyond the boundaries. We don't see the next year. We see in the next 5 and 6 years. That's why we review and we carefully review everything we do, every move. And we take constructive criticism and better ourselves. So with the teachers that we are bringing in, they are equipped to deal with these businessmen and business young women. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member for St. George Southeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, universal secondary education ensures, regardless of their sexuality, regardless of their race, regardless of their social ranking, their ethnic background, they all have access to free and compulsory education. Now, it is a commendable vision. However, I rise today to express my reservations and opposition to this motion, rooted in the stark realities we face. Madam Speaker, can Grenada maintain high educational standards with increased enrollment numbers from universal secondary education? Will there be enough qualified teachers to handle the larger student population without compromising education equality? Does Grenada have the necessary infrastructure, such as classrooms, facilities, such as educational materials to support this ambitious initiative? Now, these are just some critical questions demanding careful consideration. Now, the government's proposals appears to overlook a pressing reality. Our resources, they are finite, and our education is already strained. Madam Speaker, as responsible members of this opposition, it is our duty to present a pragmatic way forward, a realistic way forward. Let us acknowledge the enormity of this endeavor. Universal secondary education necessitates not only expanding schools, but establishing new ones, each adequately equipped. This task is formidable. Many of our schools presently operate in dilapidated structures, devoid of basic amenities such as electricity, clean water, sanitary facilities. Now, attempting to expand secondary education under these conditions without a comprehensive infrastructure development plan is setting ourselves up for failure. Now, my question to you is, why do we want to be in a no-win situation?
Honorable Member for Kariku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand on a point of clarity.
Honorable Member, do you wish to yield?
I wish not to yield.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You may proceed.
Why should we stretch a thin line to cover each student? How can we expect our children to thrive in such environments? We must not merely focus on increasing enrollment numbers, but we must ensure that the education provided maintains high standards. Moreover, we must consider the requisite human capital to support this infrastructure. We need qualified teachers. We need administrative staff and maintenance personnel. They are all indispensable for the smooth operations of schools. A robust infrastructure is meaningless without skilled professionals to deliver quality education. In the early years of education, such as first grade, fundamental skills like pencil manipulation are critical milestones. These skills, they are pivotal for academic progress and must be nurtured with individualized attention to each child's development stage. Now, as students advance, their physical challenges evolve. For example, older students must be capable of sitting still for extended periods without discomfort, necessitating a thoughtful and customized approach to their physical development. Research by the World Health Organization highlights that approximately 20% of students worldwide, they have specific physical needs and they need personalized support. Yet many educational systems struggle to provide adequate accommodations. Universal secondary education, with its uniform approach, risks overlooking these critical, potentially leading to adverse outcomes for students whose needs do not align with a standardized system. As I come to a conclusion, Madam Speaker, as the minister responsible for infrastructure, civil aviation, physical development, we must allocate our resources judiciously rather than following universal secondary education immediately. Let us focus on enhancing infrastructure.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I stand on a point of clarity.
Honorable Member, do you wish to yield?
I wish not to yield.
Thank you. Honorable Member, you may proceed.
Bolstering teachers' capacity and ensuring that educational reforms align with our nation's long-term development objectives. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for St. George Southeast. Honorable Member for St. Patrick North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As Ellen Russell once mentioned, children are the future of a nation. If the children are intelligent, the country will be prosperous, end quote. Madam Speaker, secondary education should be considered one of the most vital components of a child's overall success and development. It is not only a chance for students to gain academic knowledge, but it is also an opportunity for them to maximize their full potential by exploring various creative pursuits. As a result, secondary school should be made accessible to all students at the age required to begin secondary school. Madam Speaker, as I stand before this honorable House today as the Minister of Cultural Affairs, Arts and the Creative Economy, it would be remiss of me to not express the magnitude of my support to the resolution. Firstly, Madam Speaker, as it pertains to cultural preservation and promotion, with a comprehensive education, students have the opportunity to learn about their own culture and heritage, encouraging a deeper appreciation and understanding of their history, traditions, and values. Most times, at the primary school level, students are not introduced to many aspects of Grenadian culture. Madam Speaker, as a student who recently graduated secondary school, I, for one, can attest that it was not until I attended secondary school that I became aware of some subjects and topics. Take, for example, Madam Speaker, it was not until Form 1 that I was introduced to certain aspects of local history. Example, the March 13th Revolution. Secondly, in terms of skill development, secondary education allows for the evolution of artistic skills and talents, with subjects such as visual arts, theater arts, English literature, etc. Students are able to venture into careers surrounding these subjects. These subjects are best suited for students whose strong suit may not be chemistry, biology, and other academic-based subjects. As a result, after completing secondary education, students who majored in these areas can single-handedly contribute to shaping Grenada's culture, arts, and creative economy. To further add, exposure to the technical subjects promotes creative thinking and problem-solving skills, which are pivotal in various fields apart from the arts. It allows students to analyze different day-to-day situations, develop an open mind, and realize that there is often more to many things than what meets the eye. According to FutureEducationMagazine.com, and I quote, Madam Speaker, beyond imparting technical skills, this education encourages the development of soft skills, the often underestimated yet essential qualities, such as communication, critical thinking, teamwork, and adaptability, end quote. This research proves that there are many skills that emerges from pursuing a career in the arts. Madam Speaker, this government has already invested $2 million, according to page 31 of the 2024 budget statement, in the creative economy. And under USC, I assure you, this is only the beginning, as we plan to do so much more. Madam Speaker, after having consulted with various content creators across Grenada, including Omari Peters, known to the general public as Papi, my ministry and I have decided that with USC, we would implement various strategies in order to ensure students' overall success. We have decided that at the primary school level, we would ensure that in activities such as Career Day, students are not just exposed to careers such as doctors, teachers, and lawyers, but also careers directly linked to culture and the arts, like actors, playwrights, content creators, and costume designers. All this being a part of our aim to not only expose children to academic careers, but also careers that would in turn help to contribute to our culture. We also aim to allocate more funds to the creative economy, as we believe the last sum of money was just the beginning. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me to end without once again reiterating my complete support to the implementation of USC. Madam Speaker, I can assure you that USC is just what we need to ensure quality secondary education for children throughout the state of Grenada. With USC, students will have the opportunity to harness skills profoundly important to the development of the creative economy. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other contributions to the resolution for this House today? Honorable Member for St. George Southwest, please ensure that your mics are off.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You may proceed.
Hello? Testing. Madam Speaker, today we, the opposition, stand together against the motion brought before this Honorable House. For while universal secondary education is a commendable goal, it seeks to undermine a fundamental...
Honorable Member, let's just allow a few seconds for the issue to be rectified. Don't worry, your time is paused. In the meantime, let me take the time to recognize the presence of Senator the Honorable Jonathan Lacrette, our Minister for Youth and Sports. Honorable Member, you may restart your speech considering
Madam
the disruption.
Speaker.
You may proceed.
Today we, the opposition, stand together against the motion brought before this Honorable House. For while universal secondary education is a commendable goal, it seeks to undermine the foundation that upholds our society on a whole.
It seeks further to ensure that every student gets a mandatory path to secondary school, with or without being successful in a regional CPE exam, therefore rescinding the need for doing the exam at all. As a result, universal secondary education poses more of a threat to our education system than it does a resolution. The implementation of a system gives way to a lack of fundamental knowledge at the secondary level. Based on a study done by Verna Knight, a doctor of philosophy in her own right, named The Policy of Universal Secondary Education and Its Influence on Grenada, she found that approximately 98.2% of teachers at the secondary level believe that universal secondary education was responsible for all challenges faced due to the increased number of students in their classroom with significant literacy weaknesses. Students with these weaknesses are being pushed up and out of primary schools without grasping the basics for secondary education. This begs the question, Madam Speaker. Does it truly guarantee quality learning outcomes for everyone, or does it inadvertently dilute the educational experience? Equally important is a decrease in qualified and certified people being produced as a result of the system. Our nation prides itself on the accomplishments of our people. However, our new school structure helps the achievers to achieve less and the underachievers to do worse. This motion alludes to the system being a way to achieve quality education and to enhance economic growth by extension. In fact, in the National Educational Development Plan for Grenada, it states, "Education is key to progress. It is a principal contributor to the development of human resource for national, economic, and societal development." End quote. If our people are really considered to be producers of development and our increasing investments in education are to be justified, then quality must retain primary focus. However, the findings do not show this to be so. Furthermore, the negative impact of universal secondary education on science and technology extends to the workforce and societal development. Inadequately prepared students in these fields struggle to meet the demands of a rapidly advancing technological landscape, potentially hindering scientific research and technological inventions. Nevertheless, the system itself is not the issue. Our country's approach and lack of implementation of certain policies has caused this setup to flop. When universal secondary education was first introduced, promises of audits and support systems for the lesser advantaged students were made. However, this was quickly forgotten. With this in mind, Madam Speaker, I believe that by following these 6 steps set out in the policy of universal secondary education and its influence in Grenada, we can achieve favorable outcomes for everyone. The first step is limiting the class size at the Form 1 level to a minimum of 35 students. Secondly, retraining teachers to work at a Form 1 level to support improved student competency in language arts and mathematics. Third, restructuring the curriculum in Form 1 and Form 2 to emphasize literacy and numeracy skill development. Fourth, providing Form 1 students access to classroom libraries with graded texts to facilitate language arts and reading instruction. Fifth, the deployment and use of trained, qualified teachers from the primary schools to secondary schools and special training programs for those teachers. And 6, renewed focus on improving quality outputs at the primary level, especially in reading and mathematics. We can all agree that there's a fundamental right of every individual to a good quality education. So let our actions speak louder than our words. In essence, the negative impact of universal secondary education on science and technology stems from the imposition of this new system without the guidelines set out before this Honorable House. This resulted in a decrease in the competency of workers and a lack of basic knowledge at the secondary level. I close with this, Madam Speaker. It starts at the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I would like to recognize the presence of Ms. Tessa Sincere, our head facilitator for this youth parliament. Honorable Member for St. David Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the current governor of the ECCB, Mr. Timothy Antoine, once said, and I quote, "We cannot change our history or geography, but we can certainly change our trajectory," end quote. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development, Madam Speaker, I can tell you firsthand that our economic future hinges on the education of our youth. Madam Speaker, universal secondary education is not just a moral imperative, but a strategic economic decision. Madam Speaker, I stand resolute in support of the motion for universal secondary education's effectiveness in Grenada. Firstly, there's a clear connection between a well-educated population and economic growth. An educated workforce attracts foreign investment and stimulates trade. Businesses are likelier to invest in countries with a skilled and knowledgeable labor force, Madam Speaker. According to the World Bank, and I quote, "Countries with higher education levels tend to experience faster economic growth and innovation," end quote. Fortunately, Madam Speaker, we, the government, aim to enhance secondary education through the USE initiative by implementing comprehensive policies and strategies. These include integrating advanced STEM programs and practical skills into the curriculum, continuous professional development for teachers, and improved infrastructure with modern classrooms and technology. Madam Speaker, by enhancing our education system, we can increase our export of goods and services by creating a more capable and competitive workforce. This will allow Grenada to move beyond traditional sectors like agriculture and tourism and embrace high-value industries such as technology and services. As the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development, Madam Speaker, we are committed to carry out this transformation. This change is essential for sustainable economic growth and stability. Madam Speaker, I know change can be daunting, but let's not be like the opposition who seems to believe that ignorance is indeed bliss. Madam Speaker, universal secondary education is essential for developing Grenada's human capital, crucial for the country's economic and social progress. Educated individuals contribute better to the global economy, fostering competitiveness, Madam Speaker. The long-term advantages include higher productivity and increased civic engagement. According to the OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and I quote, "Nations that invest in education typically see economic growth and social well-being returns," end quote. Madam Speaker, a knowledgeable workforce attracts foreign direct investment, FDI, by meeting the demand for skilled labor and strengthening Grenada's export capabilities, driving economic growth. Prioritizing secondary education, Madam Speaker, is vital for fostering stronger trade relations, attracting investments, and showcasing our cultural and intellectual vitality on the global stage. Through you, Madam Speaker, let me pose a question to the honorable members on the other side. If we don't allow access to quality secondary education for all students, are we not setting ourselves up for failure? It's like expecting a plant to grow without watering it. That is absolutely ridiculous. Let us ensure our young people have the opportunity to flourish and drive our nation's success. Madam Speaker, Aligning our education standards with other nations ensures that our workforce remains competitive and can meet international job market demands. This alignment will make Grenada an attractive destination for businesses looking to expand in the region. Grenada's alignment with the CARICOM Single Market and Economy CSME allows for the free movement of teachers across member states, enabling Grenadian educators to gain international experience and bring back, Madam Speaker, new skills. Isn't this remarkable, Madam Speaker? The exchange enriches our educational system and prepares our students, Madam Speaker, for a globalized world. From maintaining our reputation abroad and drawing in foreign investments to strengthening our human capital, Madam Speaker, and improving our economy, the advantages are evident. Madam Speaker, who doesn't love free stuff? Free Wi-Fi, free hugs, and now free education. Let us commit to the vision of better educated Grenada. Madam Speaker, there are no better words to conclude with other than the wise words of Franca Bernadine, former Minister of Education and Human Resources, as well as the proponent of USC in Grenada. And I quote, "Every child must have a chance," end quote. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your contribution to this resolution. Honorable Member for St. Andrew Southeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Esteemed greetings to this Honorable House. Madam Speaker, I stand before you in this Honorable House to share a deep concern with the alarming matter of universal secondary education in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Clearly, Madam Speaker, the definition of universal education affects us deep in our hearts. The thought of equal opportunity, the thought of non-discrimination, which are basic fundamental principles of human rights. But I stand here today, Madam Speaker, to implore on our nation's school and its readiness to access suitable universal secondary education, and not just only secondary education in Grenada. Just imagine, Madam Speaker, a mixed classroom with both fast and slow learners all at once. To me, Madam Speaker, this condition will be more and more challenging for our nation educators to incorporate adjustments in the lesson plan to foster the theme of equal learning. Just to quote Madam Speaker by Baker, and I quote, it states that it is not just the fact that there are many students in a class, but that the fact that all of them have many different abilities at various levels to provide, that is one of the biggest challenges for our educators. To incorporate students with special needs in mainstream classes, and so on and so forth, Madam Speaker. End of quote. How can we say we are ready for universal secondary education without fostering academic programs and training for our nation teachers to get them equipped for mixed classroom experiences? Just imagine, Madam Speaker, how inadequate the teachers would feel creating the lesson plan and trying to find a balance. Because it's either the lesson is too easy, or for some the lesson is too hard. That is what I mean when I talk about effective management and preparedness, Madam Speaker, because major work must be done first to step on that universal chapter. All I'm hearing is only we go spend money there, we go spend money there. Don't worry, money go spend. Madam Speaker, I am a firm believer in the philosophy of leaving no student behind. Therefore, we must get the nation's secondary school prepared for those challenges through community development and with a proper infrastructure to implement new educational patterns such as learning sign language in our nation's schools. So that when a regular student meets a student with a monotone nature of speech, they can effectively communicate with them, Madam Speaker. Also, Madam Speaker, we must implement a new learning facility in our nation's schools, just so to make education easier for those students, that are very easily distracted by noise. And I'm talking about those, when you're in a classroom and no matter what, you can be quiet or what, they still finding something to distract somebody else. That is too fundamental approach, Madam Speaker, the government needs to take. Our nation's school needs a lot of work. We have a lot of things to get done in our nation's schools. Today, Madam Speaker, it is not only Grenada, but the world faces its men crisis. The question is about the role of our men in our education system. How are we going to make changes to the stereotypical nature present in our nation's schools? Madam Speaker, according to UNESCO, the Caribbean has very few male teachers in pre-primary to secondary levels of education, whereby more than 70 to 80% of female teachers, because of the traditional custom, having to believe that the female teachers are more capable to nurture those students. Madam Speaker, we need a better approach to gender equality in our nation's schools if we were to foster equal learning opportunity. That is a must, that is a plus. You cannot go forth and don't make comments on that. You have to. The amount of frustration there might be in the schools. Madam Speaker. The member for education speaks about we need psychiatric treatment on this side. But Madam Speaker, what I stand here to say today is that they may have to, with their power, they may have to be able to foster that for the amount of teachers that might be mentally challenged. Because of course, when you can't find as a teacher, you need to be able to find balance. You want your students to learn. And when you sit down in the night and you're preparing for them the next day, if they cannot grasp from that, you become bothered. That is serious and you cannot miss that. You have to consider that. What is happening in this place? Madam Speaker, and I want to make a very important note, of course. And when I speak about men in our nation's school, I'm talking about for those homes especially, when you know that those homes that are for unfortunate reasons and for unfortunate circumstances, they are missing dads in the home. The nation's secondary school is where they're supposed to meet that father role, that father figure to help them better develop themselves. Madam Speaker. To close off my speech, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Kariku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand on a point of clarity.
Honorable Member, do you wish to yield?
No, Madam Speaker, I will not give way.
Honorable Member, you may proceed.
To close off my speech, Madam Speaker, the nation's secondary school system is not, and I reiterate that, the nation's secondary school is not ready for universal secondary education. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your contribution. Honorable Member for St. Mark West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members and visitors in the gallery, good afternoon. Firstly, universal secondary education increases opportunities for all students regardless of their background or neurodevelopmental disorder within an inclusive environment with the right curriculums. Citizens of Grenada who have neurological disorders face challenges in the learning process. And for those of us who may not know what that is, these are things like dysgraphia, dyslexia, dyscalculia, and ADHD.
these beloved citizens of ours can learn in our mainstream classrooms with the implementation of use. Madam Speaker, as someone who would have done psychology at the tertiary level, I endorse this message. And I quote, according to the Learning Disabilities Association of America, interventions for learning are breaking learning into small steps, use of diagrams, graphics, pictures to augment what they say in words, provide ample, well-designed and intense practice, supply regular and quality feedback, end quote. Madam Speaker, it seems to me that the opposition have strived and thrive of persons not attending their full level of education. That's why they were in power for the past 2 decades. And I quote, according to UNESCO Digital Library, policies targeting students with disabilities are not necessarily inclusive. In Grenada, the special education desk focuses on pulling slow children out of regular schools, giving them one-on-one attention, and then reincorporating them into the regular classroom. While some countries have transitioning towards inclusive education systems, most of the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean continue to educate children with disabilities in multiple settings. Less than 1 in 4 countries, laws and policies promote inclusive settings, end quote. What does pulling these students out of the classroom and putting them back into the classroom represent? What? Stigma, segregation, bullying, a dent into their self-worth because they cannot stay and learn with the others. With the implementation of SAGE under use, again, the strategy for advancing Grenada's education, this can be accomplished. Use will help build self-esteem, reduce stigma and discrimination while promoting better mental health, which is very important to our economy. And I quote, according to the Cleveland Clinic, our mental health can affect factors like your self-esteem and your self-worth, the way you socialize with others, the way you find meaning and value in your life, your psychological functioning as it's tied to memory and problem solving, whether or not you have a mental health disorder like anxiety or depression, end quote. Therefore, by increasing opportunities for all students with the implementation of use, our government will be positively impacting the mental health of our dear beloved citizens. I would like to take everyone on a short imagery journey. Now imagine having dyslexia, and you can learn as much as the person that's in the regular classroom, but they move you and put you into the special education system. Madam Speaker, this can be changed with the implementation, again, of universal secondary education, with the implementation of SAGE, Madam Speaker. Secondly, education provides opportunities for increased income. Higher socioeconomic status leads to better access to healthcare and healthy nutrition. Youth will aid in ensuring a brighter and healthier future for our citizens and their families in the best way possible. And I quote, as mentioned in UNESCO website, last updated the 12th of May 2023, the link between education and health and well-being is clear. Education develops the skills, values, and attitudes that enable learners to lead healthy and fulfilled lives, make informed decisions, and engage in positive relationships with everyone around them. Poor health can be a detrimental effect on school attendance, academic performance, health promoting schools that are safe and inclusive for all children and young people are essential for learning. Statistics show that higher levels of education among mothers improve children's nutrition and vaccination rates, while reducing preventable child deaths, maternal mortality, and HIV infections. Research by Venner et al. 2017, published in the Elsevier Scientific Journal, shows that amongst girls, each additional year of secondary education
reduced adolescent fertility by 14.6%, mortality by 16.9%, and HIV prevalence by 43%. Mortality and HIV reductions for young men related in secondary education was slightly lower, but partially true in low-income countries, end quote. What more proof do we need? Education provides knowledge that influences healthy lifestyle. Isn't it clear to see youth will be the best implementation made by our government for the people? In addition, children in schools are exposed to healthy habits through physical education, school-based feeding programs, subjects such as health and family life education, and such like, which are of paramount importance. How many of us had to participate in physical education or sports at the secondary level? How many of us can say and stand by that it had a positive impact on our health by keeping us fit, providing us with the knowledge that we need to play certain sports? Now imagine denying certain citizens that great opportunity. Today marks the start of change, Madam Speaker. We need to start implementing. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we, the government, are in full support of the resolution. And as I end, I would like to quote, as our national anthem says, ever conscious of God, we are...
Honorable Member, your time has lapsed.
Madam Speaker, permission for 10 seconds. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ever conscious of God, we aspire, build, and advance as one people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your contribution. Honorable Member for St. George South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand in full solidarity with my fellow members of the opposition to address this honorable House on the contentious issue of universal secondary education in Grenada, particularly focusing on its implications for health and religious affairs. While the idea of universal secondary education may seem appealing on the surface, there are critical aspects we must consider. These include lack of adequate facilities, ensuring quality education at the primary level, and inadequate funding geared towards the healthcare. If you were to build a structure that is not on a solid foundation, then you're setting up yourself for catastrophic failure. Madam Speaker, I know for sure there is no builder, civil engineer, or on the government side, so I don't expect them to comprehend what I just said. However, there's a Minister for Infrastructure and Transformation, and that minister has contractors, builders, architects, and civil engineers working for his ministry. So I'll advise him after this parliament sitting to go and ask them to explain to him in simple terms what it means to not build a structure on a solid foundation. And I quote, education, education, this is the foundation. Our rising population needs sound education. To be recognized anywhere you go, you need a certificate to show. To enjoy any kind of happiness, knowledge is the key to success. End of quote. A line from the song Education by the Mighty Sparrow. Yes, I went through that same system where I wasn't able to read, comprehend, and write properly until Form 2. Madam Speaker, if the government didn't update the education system then, would citizens trust them to do it now? That same education system which does not have a curriculum and values grades more than the personal development of students. If children at the primary school level are not able to complete the 3 R's, which are reading, writing, and arithmetic, what will be the purpose of promoting them to secondary school? Madam Speaker, imagine a secondary school classroom where the majority of students cannot complete the 3 R's. Madam Speaker, imagine the mental fortitude it will take for the teachers to patiently deal with these children at the secondary school level when they're supposed to be advanced. I know for sure the so-called pink house the government have in Monge is not a rehabilitation center, but it seems like they like to give meds and injections like they were a vet clinic instead of a psychiatric hospital. Grenada faces significant challenges in healthcare, with issues ranging from limited resources to high rates of non-communicable diseases like diabetes and hypertension. Madam Speaker, where there is no health, there is no wealth. And sadly, that's something the government lacks. That's why they are here bringing this resolution to this House. Madam Speaker, diverting resources towards universal secondary education may risk neglecting crucial health incentives that could alleviate pressing issues. According to recent stats, Grenada spends a significant of its budget on healthcare, on education, leaving the healthcare underfunded and struggling to meet basic needs. Madam Speaker, many individuals can attest to slow rates of attendance in our healthcare institutions due to the lack of healthcare professionals, leading to the depletion of our healthcare sector.
For Kariku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand on a point of clarity.
Honorable member, do you wish to yield?
No, Madam Speaker, she's doing too much.
Honorable strangers in the gallery, I would advise that you remember the rules of the House and the notice given earlier. Honorable member, simple responses, I do not yield. Understood?
Okay, Madam Speaker, thank you.
You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, a solid foundation must be laid for our nation's future to be built upon. Madam Speaker, let's consider the practical implication. Despite the noble intent of universal secondary education, Grenada faces challenges in ensuring quality education at the primary level.
Madam Speaker, I stand on a point of order. The honourable member is reading.
Honorable member, kindly. Oh, it already stands. Honorable member, please be mindful of the rules governing this honorable House and refrain from reading. You may refer to your notes, but refrain from reading. You may
Thank you,
proceed.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, many schools lack adequate facilities, trained teachers, and essential resources. By rushing into universal secondary education without addressing these fundamental issues, we risk exacerbating disparities and failing to provide meaningful education opportunities for all students. According to www.summeredu.org, 62.6% of primary school teachers and 42.7% secondary school teachers are qualified to teach. Madam Speaker, I hope the government is hearing and listening. Otherwise, they should clean their wax in their ears because the opposition don't come to play. Madam Speaker, that is why come next election, the government will have to dance in this section. Madam Speaker, diverting resources towards universal secondary education, we risk neglecting crucial health incentives that could alleviate these pressing issues. According to recent stats, Grenada spends a significant portion of its budget on education, leaving healthcare underfunded and struggling to meet basic needs. Madam Speaker, many individuals can attest, and I'm repeating again, many individuals can attest to the slow rate of attendance in our healthcare institutions due to the lack of healthcare professionals, leading to a depletion of our healthcare sector. Furthermore, there are profound religious considerations at stake. In Grenada, religious diversity is a cornerstone of our society, with various faith communities contributing to our social fabric. However, the introduction of universal secondary education could potentially undermine the role of religious institutions in shaping moral and ethical values among our youth. Many parents and religious leaders argue that the educational influence should not be overshadowed by a centralized educational system that may not align with their beliefs. Madam Speaker, while the idea of universal secondary education may hold promise, it is crucial to approach this incentive with caution, particularly concerning its impact on health and religious affairs in Grenada. We must prioritize addressing existing challenges in healthcare and ensuring that religious freedoms are respected within our educational framework. Let's try for a balanced approach that considers the diverse needs of our society while aiming to provide equitable opportunities for all. Madam Speaker, through you, I would like to tell the government something. Suck salt, because this bill is not being passed here today. As I end my speech, I want to ask this question: what society are we trying to build? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your contribution. Honorable Member for St. Patrick South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, members of Parliament, good day. It is a profound privilege to be in support of universal secondary education, USC, in Grenada. I am confident that the strategic measures that will be implemented would not only achieve USC, but would also improve improve education holistically across Grenada. Through the implementation of smart boards, redesigned classrooms, and the integration of state-of-the-art facilities in the scientific lab area. Madam Speaker, one central advancement we are proud of introducing is the implementation of smart boards. These technological innovations increase productivity, interaction, and efficiency in the learning space. Madam Speaker, with personal experience, the smart boards in the classroom increase and support engagement, collaboration, and confidence in knowledge assimilation. Madam Speaker, smart boards offer the use of multimedia, which extends the ways in which lecturers and teachers alike plan and execute the lessons to cater for students with different learning styles. Madam Speaker, through you to the other side, money will be spent, and you'll be spent well. Madam Speaker, with technology, we cannot be in the past. In order to see progress, we must continue and keep up with the future. Forward ever, backward never. Madam Speaker, in efforts to further advance, we are also embarking on innovating a new layout for the classroom. Over the past 200 years, Madam Speaker, the classroom has remained the same. The only minor changes were the materials used for the desk and the seats. Madam Speaker, I hope we all know this popular saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it's with a saddened heart that I come to this Parliament to say that our classroom is severely broken, and we need to fix it in order to see the proper growth and development academically and behaviorally with our students. Madam Speaker, adaptable group seating arrangements with more natural lights and the use of psychologically stimulating colors, warm colors for motivation, and cool colors for relaxation according to Mental Health America, and the use of natural lighting would increase conducivity in our classroom. A classroom with seats fixed toward the podium would result in the lecturer spending more time in instruction, neglecting the students, and the collaboration, resulting in the falling of academic progress and behavior. However, with seating arrangements that are centered around the classroom, group seating arrangements, and adaptable seating arrangements, it would offer the teacher and the students more time to collaborate and engage in active learning, increasing academic progress, according to Brooks' 2012 Yale Center for Learning and Teaching. Madam Speaker, with increased attention and engagement, there will be increased academic performance, creating a positive direct proportionality. Madam Speaker, as a science major myself and the Minister for Innovation, Science and Technology, it is a critical importance that we do not overlook hands-on learning in our scientific area. We embark on providing state-of-the-art facilities and tools to equip with the latest technologies, to provide students with the ability to embark on scientific labs, to deepen the love for science and technology in our curriculum. Madam Speaker, from personal experience, too many times have I and my classmates been stripped of the ability to just simply do a lab. Reason being, the equipment and the tools were not made available. Madam Speaker, this wouldn't happen again. It shall not happen again. Madam Speaker, with increased attention, there will be increased learning. Madam Speaker, with the right equipment acquired, the love for science and technology among our youth will be improved. Engagement in our nation's curriculum and students would also be improved. Madam Speaker, the integration of universal secondary education is more than just a simple amendment. It is a planned and calculated investment in our nation's future. Educated citizens will contribute to our country's economic, social, and civil development. As we make universal secondary education available to our youth, it will equip growth and development in our nation, allowing Grenada to be competitive on the global scale. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, the transition towards universal secondary education is a monumental yet pivotal step forward through the use of smart boards, redesigned classrooms, and the implementation of state-of-the-art facilities in the scientific lab area. And the impactment this movement has on our society. We are not only meeting the educational needs of our youths, but we're also preparing them to thrive for greatness, along with our country, Grenada. I urge the members, I beg in the members, please support this resolution, reaffirm our commitment to education and the future of Grenada. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for St. John South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the Shadow Minister for Social and Community Development, I stand together with my colleagues against the resolution at present. Madam Speaker, there are the sociological and psychological aspects of those who are not completely prepared for secondary education. There is no uncertainty. It can lead to a feeling of displeasure and the expectation of elevation blunted by a system which never seems to understand the needs and ambition of each student, particularly the average children or the poor people children. The promise of bread must never be fulfilled by the provision of stone. Universal secondary education in this country now is like a wash your foot and come party, where the people are not party ready and the environment of the party is not appealing for most people. This can lead to many social issues like 1, deviant behaviors in school. USC enrolls students from many social backgrounds with deviant behaviors caused by social issues outside and inside of school, or frustration with the inability to learn. Therefore, I recommend that we establish school facilities that can operate in 3 stages: stabilizing, understanding, and educating students, like the Edwin Nichols Center at Barbados, which helps to unlock the sources of students' disrespect to authority, rage, reckless actions, and frustration that causes students to behave in an unaccepted manner. Because we can't afford to keep sending our students on suspension at home or in the community for 2 to 3 weeks doing nothing. Moreover, we can turn these facilities into residential facilities that can help towards 2 kinds of people. 1, the students where parents request urgent intervention. In this case, the parent consent is granted and there is no need for a legislative framework. 2, the persons where society, through the chief educational officer, in the absence of parent consent, has concluded with principal, social workers, and psychologists report that there is need for intervention. In this case, we must put the legislative framework into place to allow the CEO to apply to the courts in order to act in the place of the parent for the students to be subjected to the residential facilities for a 3, 6, or 12-month period to undergo change. School dropout, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, permit me to provide a comparative analysis of school dropout in the OECS region with USC apart from Grenada. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Minister of Education in Parliament in 2018 stated that 2016 to 2017, the school dropout rate was 2.26%. 2017 to 2018, the school dropout rate was 2.7%, an increase of 0.49%. Reason for those dropout rates are frustration, repetition of class, and transfers as reason for school dropouts. Madam Speaker, Central Statistics Office of the Ministry of Social Finance and Social Security in Dominica stated that 2010 to 2011, the school dropout rate was 0.018%, and 2011 to 2012, the school dropout rate was 0.028%, an increase of 0.010%. Madam Speaker, and as the years go by, the trend keeps going upwards. School dropouts can lead, here is the logic, school dropouts can lead to deviant and negative juvenile behaviors in communities, such as our aggressive youth crime and violence situation in Grenada, which in my opinion is where it starts or gets its fuel when youths drop out too early. Madam Speaker, this can lead to unsafe communities and juvenile delinquents. It calls for our governmental and non-governmental institutions to develop policies, structural frameworks, and programs that could help curb these issues, which should have been cushioned by a well-modernized education system with an educational curriculum. Madam Speaker, let's face it, many of our social institutions in Grenada still operate in silo, lacks a proper referral system, and are not comprehensively modernized to support them, give the mental health and psychosocial support to our young people or those that are affected by other social issues. Madam Speaker, therefore, we need to place these social institutions and have them modernized so that they can provide proper diagnosis, treatment, rehabilitation, and support for development for students out after school dropout. Madam Speaker, this can help reduce dependency cycle and improve the economic prosperity in our society. So with the government having USC without modernizing these social institutions with proper referral system to provide intervention for our children after school dropout, in the words of Terra the Governor, I say bonje. To conclude, USC contributes to deviant behaviors, school dropouts. Hence, we must modernize our social institutions in and outside of school in order to provide intervention for our children, and our education curriculum must cater for our average children in order for us to develop this universal secondary education. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your contribution. Honorable Member for Petite Martinique.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. USE, Universal Secondary Education. Definition: the universal access to secondary education for all students of a certain age within a certain jurisdiction. As the Minister for Climate Resilience, Environment, and Renewable Energy, I stand here today in strong agreement of the resolution, particularly the last part of the enactment, which states, whereas, be it resolved that the USC will provide opportunities for the citizens of Grenada, maximizing their potential, contributing to the overall growth and development of the country. It really hurts me to stand here today in this honorable house and see our own people disagree to the resolution. And I'm not calling name, but the act of disagreeing with such a beneficial resolution can only suggest that one's heart is filled with, as we say in our local palang, bad mind and jealousy. One would say, I'm not going there, but today, we, the government of Grenada, say, we going there. I have no choice but to start with the current pressing issues, climate change. Over the last decade, the Earth's average surface temperature has increased by 1.0 degrees Fahrenheit, and not just Grenada, but the entire region has experienced climate change. This climate change caused increasing heat temperatures and even droughts. The National Water and Sewage Authority of Grenada, NAWASA, throughout the month of May, had to bring out the skilled minds to help combat these droughts caused by climate change. We had to make more use of natural resources in the most conservative way possible by applying restrictions to our water usage. Education is the key to addressing climate change, and with the help of the USC, we can ensure that inclusivity is achieved nationwide. Yes, although primary education is the building blocks for secondary education, Madam Speaker, tell me why we should limit the gifted minds of our citizens just because they are unable to perform the limited tasks that are given to them at the primary level when there are countless opportunities waiting for them to achieve at the secondary level. Restricting citizens, what should I say, holds them back. Talk about bad mind and jealousy. Madam Speaker, how about we give the opposition a taste of their own medicine and restrict them because they were unable to come here today in this honorable house and agree with the simple ethical resolution brought forth. Secondary education is the one that scars and protects you for life. You get exposed to new subjects, you find skills you never knew you had. And with the help of the USC, we can provide a safe space for interaction, offer self-development, improve economic circumstances, and so on and so forth. The Ministry of Climate Resilience and Renewable Energy will launch the USEFA program, Universal Secondary Education for All. Under this program, there will be measures that implement new subjects into classrooms that focus specifically on climate, resilience, environment, and renewable energy, ensures that there are certified teachers to educate our nation's students on these topics, not just theoretically, but practically also, to aid with students with different learning abilities, the development of more windows in classrooms to help combat extreme heat temperatures, etc. In 2019, the Solar Fellowship Scheme was launched. This initiative was bent on fostering the development of renewable energy among mid-career individuals. Notice how specific individuals were targeted. The National Ozone Unit in the Ministry of Climate Resilience, Environment, and Renewable Energy, in collaboration with Grencase, launched an 8-week program commencing May 8, 2024, introducing refrigeration and air conditioning training. This program was only available to individuals at the Bellevue Community Center. As a result of the immense feedback, a limited amount of individuals were able to obtain this opportunity. This is where the USC comes in. Concluding, we, the government of Grenada, are solely bent on inclusivity. Initiatives like this will be provided more regularly and available to all, especially students at the secondary level, educating our nations thoroughly, maximizing their potential, therefore contributing to the overall growth and development of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Madam Speaker, I rest my case.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for St. David Southeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to stand before this honorable House with my colleagues in opposition to this resolution on universal secondary education, also known as the USC. A quote from Sir David Dunn, Madam Speaker, and I quote, "If you're incompetent, you can know you're incompetent. When you're incompetent, the skills you need to produce the right answer are exactly the skills you need to recognize what the right answer is," end quote. This quote resonates deeply with the current situation we are faced with regarding the implementation of USE. It is evident that the government's approach lacks the necessary thought, care, and it's imperative that we approach this situation with the utmost seriousness. Furthermore, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the Conventions on the Rights of the Child emphasize a few noteworthy provisions. Education shall be free to all students in primary and fundamental levels. While higher education, professional and technical training should be available on the basis of merit, other education and vocational activities must be offered to all. These idealistic provisions are not only noble, also endearing. However, the provisions do not cover the full scope of our current situations. How can we expect students to efficiently meet the merit at higher education if we are not pushing the merit at the fundamental levels? Subsequently, my colleague from St. John's South presented on St. Vincent dropout rate, a place that has a curriculum unlike Grenada. and Central Statistical Office Education Attainment Thematic Report based in Ireland that has some form of relevance towards Grenada.
Honorable Member, my apologies for cutting you, but we are not at the last race at Intercol, so please take your time with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Speaker. Proceed,
Speaker.
Honorable Member. Let's keep.
This statistic recorded that 8 out of 10 ladies aged 25 to 64 with a third level education are employed compared to 3 out of 10 ladies at the same age employed with a primary education. Clearly, we can see that dropout can directly impact our labor market. This underscores the importance of quality education in shaping the skilled and employable workforce. If USC is causing the same disparity, what are we trying to accomplish? Additionally, Dr. Knight, who conducted a study on USC in the University of West Indies, concluded that 98.2% of teachers claim that USC was responsible for the changes in school right now. 74% claim that students were unprepared for secondary school. 57% said that there was inadequate in teaching resources. 41% claim that teachers did not receive adequate training. 43% claim that the class was too overcrowded. These factors not only hinder the delivery of quality education, but also contribute to the growing concerns surrounding the effectiveness of USC. You can say that teachers must adapt to the current situation, but it's too difficult to effectively maneuver through chaotic conditions. In light of these pressing concerns, I urge the government to reconsider its approach to USE. It is essential that policies are crafted with clear conscience and a genuine commitment to providing viable solutions. We can't overlook these factors that are very detrimental and very flawed to the education system because our nation is at stake. Madam Speaker, I express my gratitude for the opportunity to voice my concerns and to implore the honorable members on the other side, through you, Madam Speaker, to carefully consider the implication on the resolution on USE. However, there are things that I need to carry out a personal audit on. Let's say like cheap attacks on the resolution. I mean, what's the point? Everything is so idealistic on you guys' side, on the honorable members' side, that they always forget the fact that there are reality that we have to pay attention to. So therefore, I, as the antagonist here, came to train and also bring the protagonist in his place so that he can understand that his job is to protect the society and it's not to just live based on hype and just live based on that. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I hope the government was able to keep up with you. Are there any other contributions to the resolution before this Honorable House?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to deliberate in this Honorable House.
Honorable Member for Carriacou, I have not yet acknowledged you.
My apologies.
Honorable Member for Carriacou, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to deliberate in this Honorable House. Pleasant good afternoon to everyone present here today. Before I start, I must point out a few things, Madam Speaker, in order for me to sleep comfortable tonight, because I recently bought a comfortable bed at Courts, and if I don't point out these things, I will not be able to sleep comfortable. The Shadow Minister for the Tongue of St. George said earlier in her speech, the information of CPA is hard to find. Madam Speaker, it is not our fault that the Honorable Minister doesn't stay abreast with what is happening in this country. The information is published on Facebook, television, and other social platforms. Through you, Madam Speaker, I would like to tell the Honorable Member to spend less time sleeping and turn on our television. Also, the Shadow Minister for St. George Southeast, asked the question, does Grenada have the infrastructure for USE? To answer you, through you, Madam Speaker, yes, we do. She also said that our schools currently suffer with unclean water and facilities. Madam Speaker, We don't go based on he say and she say in this house. Bring the facts. Also, the shadow minister for St. Andrew Southeast said, and I quote, "Where there are homes without fathers, the children need to find them at the schools," end of quote. This is funny, Madam Speaker. How is it the government's fault that men choose other occupations other than teaching? Madam Speaker, I am deeply troubled. In fact, I have been experiencing insomnia for the past few weeks after I learned about the opposition's intention to go against this resolution. I kept asking myself, how can the opposition, who was once in government and promised to be there for the people, can come here today in such a noble place and go against such a resolution? But I am not surprised. After all, they're not coming to power anytime soon. Their days are over. Today, we'll explore the benefits of universal secondary education in Grenada, focusing on agriculture and blue economy, as it ensures quality education, maximizes potential, and contributes to the country's growth and development. I'll highlight the proposed agriculture plan, then peruse the blue economy plan, and end with the benefits. Imagine a world where your children do not have equal access to secondary education, where your children are judged based on their mental and physical capabilities or their background. Imagine that. But then the opposition wouldn't know how that feels because 3/4 of them don't even have children. The famous Martin Luther King, an American social activist who sought equality and human rights in the 1950s, once said, and I quote, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere," end of quote. And according to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, and I quote, "Injustice can be defined as a violation of the rights of another," end of quote. So when the opposition comes into this honorable house, a house that upholds good and fairness and goes against this resolution, then it baffles me. Through you, Madam Speaker, isn't this injustice? I admit that some students have special needs in comparison to others, and not every student has a strong inclination towards academics, but that's okay. Our effective government has measures in place to ensure that they all succeed at secondary schools. People have diverse interests, talents, and strengths. I spent all these days at primary and secondary school, and I never passed a maths exam. My maths teachers, according to old people, used to cry trouble on me. When I applied to St. George's University, people laughed because they knew I didn't have maths. But SU gave me some time to make things right. Today, I'm an A student at math. Do you think I'm any more smarter today than I was before? No. If the teachers have taken the time to work with me, I would have gotten the same results I did today. And so our government plans to invest in our teachers, revamp school curriculums, and empower them to dedicate more time and effort to our students, fostering their interest. My ministry intends to expand agricultural education into the secondary school curricula, teaching business skills, marketing, and value chain management. How beautiful. We will establish agricultural clubs at schools, organize field trips to farms, and provide students with practical learning experiences related to agriculture. We will incorporate marine and blue economy-related subjects into the secondary education and invest in 3 practical fishing schools at Guave, Carriacou, and Grenville, thereby equipping students with essential knowledge and skills for future careers in this sector. After this is done, we don't just abandon the students, Madam Speaker. We will have a monitoring and evaluation program which will help identify challenges and make necessary adjustments to ensure that the goals of quality and inclusiveness are being met. According to UNESCO and stmartingov.org, universal secondary education has benefited other Caribbean islands like Curacao and Dominica, and we believe it will also benefit Grenada. We would have increased skilled and educated fishermen and farmers who will provide food to the nation while avoiding bycatch, habitat damage, and toxic farm chemicals that harm freshwater, marine ecosystem, air, and soil. We believe it will lead to economic benefits and reduction of poverty, as it will generate more employment and income. You may ask, why do they need to go to the secondary school to get this done? Well, what employment skills does primary school offer to enter the job market? Who would hire a primary school graduate? If we look at occupations such as agriculture engineer and aquaculture specialists, According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, Madam Speaker, and College Factual, they need a bachelor's degree. Where will the students get a degree from? Primary school. It is time the opposition wake up from the slumber. This shouldn't be a debate. Secondary school education is already not enough.
Leader of Opposition.
Madam Speaker, the honourable member of the government is reading her speech.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member, be mindful of the rules of this House, but you may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It seems like I'm touching some feelings today. It is time the opposition wake up from their slumber. This shouldn't be a debate. Secondary school education is already not enough to get a job. Soon we may have to implement universal college education. Based on the look of the faces of the member on the other side, I can see that they all agree that universal secondary education is the best, as it ensures quality education, maximizes potential, and contributes to the country's growth and development through agriculture and blue economy perspective. I thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Karikou. Honourable Member for St. Andrew Northwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what is at stake today is not merely an academic debate, but the very lives and livelihoods of our citizens. While we are committed to ensuring that all our students have access to secondary education, we cannot simply open the floodgates to students who are not academically prepared for this level of learning. Madam Speaker, the current method of implementing USC in Grenada, which transfers students from the primary to secondary level without considering their academic proficiency in reading, writing, and arithmetic, is not an effective strategy for ensuring quality education or maximizing our students' potential. Madam Speaker, although USC aims to provide access to secondary education, it falls short of ensuring quality due to its implementation. Secondary education should build on the basics learned at the preschool and primary level, not serve as a catch-up period for those who are unprepared. Madam Speaker, when students enter secondary school without these fundamental skills, teachers are burdened with addressing a wide range of educational needs, often without the resources to do so effectively. Madam Speaker, Chapter 86 of the Education Act of Grenada, Section 14 states, and I quote, "Subject to available resources and to this act, all persons in Grenada are entitled to receive an education appropriate to their needs," end of quote. Madam Speaker, this clearly implies that the government must provide education that caters to the diverse needs of students. However, it does not. For a child who cannot read, write, or perform basic arithmetics, secondary school is not an appropriate setting. Madam Speaker, learning skills such as writing and reading, doing basic mathematics should be mastered at the primary level. Madam Speaker, the government expecting secondary school teachers to address such fundamental gaps, given their limited resources, is unrealistic, preposterous, and hinders the overall quality of education in Grenada. Madam Speaker, it seems to me that the members of the government value the quantity of education over the quality. Madam Speaker, to truly guarantee quality education, students must possess the fundamentals, for without these skills, we are setting our students up for failure and jeopardizing future developments in agriculture, blue economy, and ICT sectors. Madam Speaker, agriculture, as stated by the Grenada Sustainable Development Plan 2020 to 2035, and I quote, is vital for sustainability. Grenada's agricultural sector is the backbone of the rural economy and relies on export commodities like fish, nutmeg, cocoa, maize.
Honourable Member, are you still quoting?
No, Madam Speaker, sorry. End of quote, Madam Speaker. Grenada's agricultural sector is the backbone of the rural economy and relies on export commodities like fish, nutmeg, cocoa, soursop, and spices, which according to the International Funds for Agricultural Development represents, and I quote, 90% of Grenada's international sales. Madam Speaker, the link between digital agriculture,
Honourable Member, I don't think Madam Speaker is enclosed in any quotes. Have you ended your second
Yes,
quote?
I did, Madam Speaker.
Proceed, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, the link between digital agriculture, the blue economy, and education is critical for advancing these sectors. Education should provide fundamental skills so that students can apply modern technologies in both agriculture and the blue economy. Integrating digital tools into education can create a generation of skilled professionals ready to revolutionize these fields. But, Madam Speaker, if our students cannot read and write at the secondary level, how will they take interest in agriculture, blue economy, and the ICT sector that encompasses a wide range of career opportunities that demand strong literacy and academic performance? Madam Speaker, our goal should be to create a competitive education system where students strive for excellence and are exposed to a diverse array of career fields, especially in agriculture, beyond traditional farming. Madam Speaker, proficiency in reading, writing, and maths form the bedrock of all other learning. These skills are fundamental for understanding and mastering more complex subjects and tasks and prepare our students for advanced learning. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, we should focus on fostering a competitive education system that focuses on the transfer of knowledge about modern farming practices and technological advancements to farmers and future agricultural professionals. The education system should equip students with knowledge of technologies like precision farming, drones, and data analytics, enhancing productivity and ensuring sustainable practices. Similarly, Madam Speaker, in the blue economy, the education system can introduce marine science, sustainable fishing, ocean conservation technologies, fostering sustainable seafood production and marine technology. Madam Speaker, digital education in both sectors promotes better decision-making through
Honourable Member
access.
for Kariku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand on a point of clarity.
Honourable Member, do you wish to yield?
No, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this empowers professionals to make informed choices, reducing waste and optimizing resources. It opens new career opportunities in tech-driven agriculture and marine industries, attracting our youths to these vital sectors. Madam Speaker, by strengthening the link between education and these advanced sectors, Grenada can achieve significant
Honourable
economic
Prime
growth.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, the member is reading her speech. I stand on a point of order.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister, for that. Honourable Member, please be minded of the rules of this Honourable House. You are not permitted to read, but you may refer to your notes.
Thank
be
you,
guided accordingly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there should not be a disconnect between what we want to achieve and the method used to achieve it. We must invest in education that emphasizes digital agriculture and the blue economy, as this will be a strategic move towards a prosperous future for Grenada. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for St. Patrick East, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate in this honorable House today, as it is clear to me that leaving it up to those on the other side simply won't do. I know I wear glasses, but it seems as though the opposition may need a borrow, as they just can't seem to see the situation for what it is and what it can be. Madam Speaker, are you aware that the motto leading the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the UN is, and I quote, "Leave no one behind," end quote. Implementing USC is not merely about the enrollment numbers.
It's about equity and inclusivity. Education should be a right, not a privilege. Based on the Convention on the Rights of a Child, every child has a right to an education. From a social perspective, secondary education plays a crucial role in reducing inequalities, which is a core objective of the 10th Sustainable Development Goal of the United Nations. Madam Speaker, by ensuring universal access to quality secondary education, regardless of socioeconomic background, disability, gender, origin, or any other characteristic, we empower marginalized groups and promote social cohesion within our communities. While we acknowledge that universal secondary education is not without risks, that being failing academically, dropout, and adopting maladaptive social behaviors, assessments are being done from ages 1 to 10 to identify issues that will be addressed through intervention programs. USC hinges on the concept of inclusive education, by which the UN Division for Social Policy and Development adapted to be, and I quote, educational practices that ensure all learners, including those with special educational needs, are provided with educational opportunities that are fair, equitable, relevant, rights-based, and non-discriminatory, end of quote. To deny universal education is to say that a child is unable to grasp general education in a classroom, as opposed to addressing the root cause and issues of why that child cannot grasp the content. Therefore, intervention programs are to be tailored into the curriculum and teacher training to be increased. Deprivation of secondary education increases poverty, dependency, lack of opportunity, and strain on the state and its social safety net programs such as SEED, Support for Education, Empowerment, and Development. This indicates that there is a dire need for education in order to break the cycle of poverty. According to the World Bank, each additional year of secondary education can increase an individual's future earnings by up to 10%. This supports SDG 1, no poverty. Let us also consider the broader societal benefits of this initiative. Although initially, monies are to be invested in the implementation of USC, in the long run, it will save the country millions, if not billions of dollars from rehabilitation and interventions due to lack of action now. When we invest in our young people, we foster a sense of belonging and shared purpose. We break down barriers and cultural belief that USC is solely up and out. But Madam Speaker, I assure you it creates an environment where every individual feels valued and empowered. Within the USC, there would be universal screening, which ensures that all students who need help are identified and supported to prevent the escalation of risks. According to the Ministry of Education Digest, and I quote, approximately 80% of the student population will require universal intervention, which is in line with the expectation of the general education curriculum. 15% may be experiencing academic, behavioral, and/or social-emotional difficulties. And finally, 5% will require an intensive intervention program. They are likely to face a compendium of risks, such as poverty, welfare, child protection issues, and family neglect, which impact academic achievement, end of quote. One of the major concerns regarding the USC is the diversity of learning styles, which may be a hindrance to students. However, as the draft final report for the Grenada Gender-Sensitive Early Identification System, November 2023 states, and I quote, universal design for learning is an inclusive approach that recognizes the diversity of learners and addresses their unique needs. The framework supports the idea that barriers to learning are not solely a result of a student's disability or difference, but can also be due to the way instructions are given and materials are designed, as well as It can also be due to the way instruction, the way it's delivered, their experiences of violent treatment and victimization within the home, community, and school. Such experiences may have adverse effects on a child's intellectual functioning. These factors later result in alienation, absenteeism, dropout, and other intersection factors. End of quote. As Minister for Social and Community Development, I am committed to offering psychosocial support, expanding our social safety net programs, and responding to family violence. We must also work closely with the communities and civil society organizations to get to the grassroots level in order to create a supportive environment where learning can thrive. In conclusion, the implementation of USC in Grenada is a transformative initiative that aligns closely with the goals of the Ministry for Social and Community Development. USC doesn't only address academics, but ultimately our social ills. Through USC, children would at least be exposed to a higher level of education just by being in this environment. The opposition says there is no structure, but Madam Speaker, all that was mentioned by the government thus far is structure. The other side clearly did not do their research, as we are closer to the successful implementation of USC than they think. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for St. George North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, no two persons are the same. Even as a twin, my sister and I are different, and we even have different learning styles. Therefore, I stand here today in absolute opposition to this resolution. As previously mentioned by my colleagues, Universal Secondary Education, USC, provides children from all parts of society with the opportunity for secondary education, promoting inclusivity and a better society. Madam Speaker, through you to the other side, I would like to highlight the word quality mentioned in the resolution. Madam Speaker, in order to achieve quality education, the following points must be addressed. Firstly, increased cognitive deficiency. This term refers to the deficiency or lack of critical thinking and analytical skills among individuals. Madam Speaker, it also highlights the gap in the ability to process information, evaluate situations, and make well-informed decisions. Madam Speaker, jobs in the climate sector thrive on critical and analytical thinking to ensure the safety and prosperity of everyone in our tri-island state. With the increasing environmental changes, such as a predicted super active hurricane season this year, there is an ever greater need for our young ladies and gentlemen to be able to change our system with innovative ideas. It deeply saddens me that the negative repercussions of USC can lead to cognitive deficiency and stifle these revolutionary ideas that can better humanity. Furthermore, they can worsen the effects of climate change. For instance, if there are less technical and academically brilliant people, there will be fewer engineers and advisors, which will lessen overall development in our society. You may ask, how are education and climate change related? Well, let me enlighten you. According to the CERC, and I quote, individuals are more aware of the environment as a global public good when they have been educated in and sensitized to environmental issues. Those with the lowest levels of education have different environmental concerns closer to their daily worries. End of quote. Madam Speaker, the more educated an individual is, the better choices they make daily. Whereas those with lower levels of education may not consider their actions affecting the environment.
An example of this is the ongoing drought, where every citizen
Honorable Member for Kariku. Honorable Member, do you yield? Do you wish to yield?
No, I don't yield.
Sorry, I did not.
I don't yield, thank you.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
An example of this is the ongoing drought, where every citizen must understand the importance of water conservation and the consequences of failing to do so. This awareness can be done through education, whether it's provided or disseminated through informative advertisements. Secondly, we'll suffer from brain drain, specifically in this sector. According to Investopedia, and I quote, brain drain is a slang term that refers to the loss of human capital from one area to another or from one industry to another. It usually happens when skilled individuals and professionals leave their home countries, often developing nations, and go elsewhere to take advantage of better opportunities. End of quote. By this definition, we can see that the future of Grenada will be in grave danger if we do not focus on ensuring quality education in all aspects, both academically and technically. Additionally, for the climate sector, brain drain will have us resorting to foreign professionals for aid, which will be very costly when in turn our own people with forward-thinking concepts can help combat these environmental changes. This situation is the primary reason we should fear the suppression of innovation among our young children, who are being treated the same but are not the same. Madam Speaker, the government may argue that the migration of climate professionals boosts international cooperation in tackling climate change. Certainly, these professionals are crucial in global progress towards a sustainable future. Their contributions highlight the necessity of a collaborative approach to one of the most pressing challenges of our time, globalization. While globalization offers numerous benefits, we must consider its drawbacks. In the words of Study Smarter UK, and I quote, the negative impacts of globalization include increased global inequality, heightened corruption, job losses, and environmental degradation. End of quote. These points seamlessly connect to the next part of my argument, alternatives. Madam Speaker, implementing practical exams at the primary school level will support technically gifted children, allowing them to compete on a level playing field with their peers. Secondly, having an eco club that covers gardening and other environmental practices will be a great introduction to the careers in the climate sector. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, while inclusivity is commendable, quality education requires analytical thinking, which is crucial for addressing issues like climate change. USC may stifle innovation by not catering to diverse intellectual needs, potentially leading to a shortage of skilled professionals and an increased dependence on foreign expertise. To achieve true quality education, we must implement practical exams and skills clubs for a more tailored and effective approach. Thus, universal secondary education, though inclusive, falls short on guaranteeing the quality education the state of Grenada deserves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for St. David Northeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My main purpose today is to take us into our future, provide a snapshot of what we stand to gain and achieve through universal secondary education and the SAGE project. It is not a secret that education is the key to a successful career. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be a human right, nor would it be a consistent global development goal. In alignment with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 4, Target 4.1, it states, by 2030, ensure that all girls and boys complete free, equitable, and quality primary and secondary education, leading to relevant and effective learning outcomes, end quote. Grenada is embarking on a journey to meet the rest of the world in the provision of quality education, at least to the end of secondary school. Whilst we're implementing these changes, I am in full support of my government creating auxiliary programs to better support the education system we already have to better suit the needs of Grenada. As Minister of Tourism, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge that the tourism sector is one of the largest contributing sectors to the Grenadian economy. And I do believe that introducing tourism at the secondary level would be beneficial to our students and the sustainability of the sector. Our students can find their passions whilst we identify talent. How can we achieve this? By strengthening subjects already offered at CXC level. For the benefit of tourism, subjects such as home economics can be improved by engaging with our stakeholders, the resorts, the hotels, the restaurants, for hands-on training in restaurateur work, hotelier industry, administration, housekeeping. In this initiative, the students are able to leave secondary school with an experience equivalent to an internship with certified hours that they can use to bolster their resume. I'm pretty sure there are some people in this room who have not only applied to a job posting or have seen a job posting that requires 2 years experience for an entry-level job. This provides a head start. Just a few steps away from here, we have the Yacht Club. Do we not believe that there are certain skills being used by our people working there that could not have had a foundation in our secondary school subjects? We can also add to the diversification of our economy through the diversification of our syllabi. Let's take a look at our potential in the water. By exposing our students to water sports, nautical tourism, ecotourism, increasing excursions to our tourist sites, we can make sure that our students are offered opportunities much more than maybe what we had. We can do this through supporting programs such as Get Grenada Swimming, school system swimming clubs such as Grenfin and Sailfish, actually increasing more swim lessons in the schools, and again, increasing excursions to our tourist sites. I implore us all to take a moment to reflect. How many of us have visited the tourist sites that we see? And I'm not including the Grand Dance Beach. How can we be sure or even know of the opportunities available if we don't even take a moment to go see what's out there? There is a gap in the system, and we can improve our education system by exposing our students. Tourism is flourishing in Grenada, and our tourism authority reports an increase in 30% in tourist arrivals in the first quarter of this year. We need to make sure that we give our students a head start in their careers, make sure that we're improving the quality of our workforce by improving skills at a young age. They can thus excel and even join executive management. And this goes for all industries. The importance of universal secondary education in this context is to make sure that we cast a wider net into our primary school leaver class, get them into secondary school where they can maximize their potential. A number of us may not have been good at certain subjects in primary school, may have even been at the bottom of the class. I myself was inept at mathematics and science, and yet was able to blossom due to the exposure I received in secondary school. What we aim to do is to make sure that we're not skipping over the students by using arbitrary measures of competency, by making sure that every single child has the opportunity to explore who they are and their talents, and making sure that our education system evolves to suit the needs of the time. We need to ensure the growth and survivability of Grenada's middle class, improve social benefits, and increase the spending power of our people. And this can only be done by ensuring that we open the doors for people to excel in their careers so that they can contribute to the economy, not being blocked because of their book skills. I unfortunately have the burden of thinking years ahead into the future, way after my time is done. So I implore my fellow members of the Parliament, let us put aside our politics and personalities and make sure that we're thinking of Grenada, thinking of our children. We cannot be a country that loses our talent to brain drain and exclusionary policies. I repeat, exclusionary policies. We cannot say we have a moral compass if we are allowing ourselves to do this. Why are we here? We need to afford each and every child the exposure and opportunities that we received, or maybe even hoped to receive. And this can only be done through universal secondary education and the SAGE project. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for St. David Northeast. Honorable Member for St. George Northwest.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 1, 2. Good afternoon to everybody in the gallery and those that are viewing live via social media page.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on the point of order.
Proceed. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member referred to you as Madam Chair, but that is only reserved if 1, the House is in committee, and 2, if this was the Senate. But as you know, Madam Speaker, this is the lower house, and you should be referred to as Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, please be reminded of what I said earlier. Keep the table knocking to a minimum. Honorable Member for St. George Northwest, be minded of what your colleague would have. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, firstly, as representative of St. George Northwest, I rise simply to continue the process of debunking this horrendous motion on universal secondary education. Madam Speaker, as Shadow Minister for Cultural Affairs, Arts and the Creative Economy, I am deeply concerned and perplexed, and I will explain why. Through you to the other side, I've listened attentively to the others speak, and they mention about SAGE and its introduction and what they have planned for the creative sector. That's fine. Now, secondly, we are not here to say use is not a good idea. We are not saying no to universal secondary education to our students. However, the issues we have with it, with the current stance in this tri-island state, it needs to be revamped. And furthermore, Madam Speaker, they are putting the cart before the horse, Madam Speaker. The systems they are speaking about should have already been in place before the motion, Madam Speaker. Thank you. So, in going forward, they made some interesting points correlating to some of my points. So, I have 2 recommendations, one about the educational system and why we need to create opportunities for our creative students to maximize their potential, Madam Speaker. Getting into it. Now, currently, let us deal with the current status quo in our island state. Currently, there are 10 to 15% of schools, secondary school, that caters for creative students. They teach theater arts and they have installed creative programs. But other secondary schools...
Honorable Member for the Tongue of Grenville.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of clarity.
Honorable Member, do you wish
I
to...
do not yield.
Honorable Member, next time permit me to finish the question, but you may proceed.
Thank you. So, yes, so some secondary schools are teaching theater, others aren't. So, I implore the other side through you.
Honorable Member for the Tongue of Grenville.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, I am under the impression that the Honorable Member is misleading the House. There were no statistics, there were no credible resources to back up the 10 to 15% information that he gave.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It seems to be
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member, I've yet to address you, but you may remain standing. Do you have any credible source?
Through naturalistic observation and speaking to students, creative students, they notified me that Convent, PBC, GSS, Boca, and high school currently are the only schools that teaches theater arts. What about the other schools, Madam Speaker? What about the other schools, Madam Speaker? It is evident to see, Madam Speaker. Now they are bringing plans, but...
Honorable Member for the Tongue of Grenville.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order.
Proceed.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member listed schools. However, I believe that it puts us, the government, at a disadvantage since we weren't privy to this kind of information. It sounds like it was a personal survey that was carried out.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for St. George Northwest, please be minded to present facts, credible sources. Your personal experience is not considered facts. You may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In remodeling the secondary school educational system, they need to take a holistic approach and include all secondary schools, Madam Speaker. Not all. Creating a new modus operandi of which consists of a variety of creative subjects and programs tailored for all schools, Madam Speaker. In doing so, they will be creating cultural and creative careers for all creatives, such as theater, arts, film, fashion, so on and so forth, Madam Speaker. It is important to encourage our young creatives by guiding them on their path and not help us break the socio-cultural habit of marginalizing our creatives. It is important to note, they speak about plans and visions, it is important to note that we only have a handful of creative professionals. We don't have a national school program, neither a creative center.
Honorable Member for Carriacou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand on a point of clarity.
Honorable Member, do you wish to yield?
I do not yield, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the lack of creative human capital, we need to invest more in our young creatives by sending more abroad to study or even developing them here through our creatives. So in return, our young can maximize their potential and contribute to the growth and development of the country, because it is important to know, Madam Speaker, if we do not do this, then the world will continue to leave us behind. After all, we already left behind, Madam Speaker. I am not just talking, but I am about to convey through facts how and why we are left behind creatively.
Honorable Member, if I may interrupt you. I'm failing to see the connection with your point of view as it relates to the resolution in this Honorable House today, so if you can kindly connect the dots.
With due respect, Madam Speaker, every time I try to explain where I'm coming from, I am interrupted by the other side. Like they fear that the points I am making beginning to break the shallow, flimsy foundation of promises they continue laid to the other side, Madam
let's
Speaker.
stick to the resolution presented before this
Thank you. I am
House
sorry.
today.
I am just answering your question, Madam Speaker.
Please respond accordingly. You may proceed
Thank
with
you.
your presentation.
And I quote, Madam Speaker, on March 12, 2024, the United Nations Conference of Trade and Development, UNCTAD, published an online article via UN.org. The creative economy is also known as the orange economy. It is an evolving concept based on contributions and potential of creative assets to contribute to economic growth and development. It embraces economic, social, and cultural aspects which touches on interacting with technology, intellectual property, and tourism objectives. It is a set of knowledge-based and thus more localized economic activities with dimensional developments, recognizing them as crucial sectors for the attainment of 2030 agenda, end of quote. Madam Chair, if the UN is highlighting the importance of creative policies and programs, why does it have to take us so long to begin the creative process, Madam Chair?
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on the point of order. Once again, Madam Speaker, the honourable member has disrespected your order and referred to you as Madam Chair, when it was pointed out to him before that this is the lower house and not the Senate, and we are not in committee, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for that insight. Honourable Member, please be minded by what your colleague would have provided. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a nutshell, we in Grenada are living in the Middle Ages.
Proceed, Honourable Member. You have 1 minute remaining.
We are living in the Middle Ages. Why am I saying this? The UNCTA was established in 1964. 2021 was seen internationally for a year of creative development and social development, right? The creative development leading to social development. So, why does it have to take us all these years to include or try to include our creatives in programs and so on? Tell me why. Let's look at other countries. Jamaica has Edna Manley College. Trinidad is slowly emerging back to Jamaica. Jamaica has produced a kaleidoscope of films and stage plays, but we in Grenada, the culture, we want to remain myopic and insular. Yeah? Our creatives have been suffering, Madam Speaker. Forget the art form. We don't like culture. We don't like the art form. It cannot be about us and our personal gain if we are living in a democratic state, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Carriacou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand on a point of order.
Proceed, Honourable Member.
Baffled, Madam Speaker, as to the resolution being presented here today. I think the honourable member is straying from the resolution. Thank you.
Honourable Member, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, in permission, 30 seconds to conclude, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member, you are granted 30 seconds.
In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we need to train more individuals and quickly remodel our educational system. This will help us in creating an appreciation and value system in this country because it is over-needed, Madam Speaker. And lastly, so our children's children can maximize their full potential and contribute to the growth and development of our country. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for the Tongue of Grenville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable members on the other side, Madam Speaker, audience. As we gather here today under this grand dome of progress, Madam Speaker, after hearing the arguments put forth by my honourable members, I look up and, Madam Speaker, I see a bright future beaconing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a future so bright, I have to remove my prescribed glasses, thank you to my doctor, and put on some sunglasses. But, Madam Speaker, as I continue, through you, I would like to let the honourable members on the other side know that as we deliberate on USC, let us remember that we are here to speak about realities, not fiction. And Madam Speaker, through them, through you, I would like to let them know that, Madam Speaker, using nostalgia to craft speeches is not a great blueprint for governance. Madam Speaker, I got that from a book called How to Get into Government 101. Take notes, you'll need it for your next election. Madam Speaker, as the Minister for Housing and Gender Affairs, I stand before you here today to deliver a speech in full support of this resolution. Madam Speaker, my speech is filled with lots of facts. Madam Speaker, I would be sharing reports, unlike the honorable members on the other side, who only brought forth skeleton of speeches without any meat, any substance. Madam Speaker, through you, I would like to let the honorable members on the other side know that instead of dressing up like we just came from a shoot of Peaky Blinders, do research and bring to this honorable house, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's start with the undeniable impact of inclusivity in education. According to UNESCO's report, Education for All 2000 to 2015 Achievements and Challenges, and I quote, nations that embraced inclusive education, such as USC, saw not only an improvement in literacy rates, but also social cohesion, end quote. Madam Speaker, after listening to this quote and it resonating with me, I am confused as to why the honorable members on the other side would be against this. Because, Madam Speaker, increased literacy rates means increased literacy rates for their children. Therefore, we do not have to come back to this honorable house and hear their children produce ill-conceived, ill-informed speeches like they brought first today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, economically speaking, the benefits of USC are as clear.
Honorable Member for St. George Northwest.
I rise to state a point of order.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
Honorable Member is reading, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for the Tongue of Grenville, be minded of the rules, but you may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you, I would like to let the honorable member on the other side know that he should brush upon his standing orders, because the standing orders state that I have permission to read statistics and quotes, which I am doing. Madam Speaker, as I continue, a study done by the World Development Bank in 2018, Madam Speaker, called Learning to Realize Promise, states that, and I have to bring it again, Madam Speaker, and I quote, every additional year of schooling increases an individual's potential to earn by up to 10%, end quote. Now, Madam Speaker, I know that we are not the best in mathematics, the honorable members on the other side, but through you, I would like to produce this calculator to the honorable members on the other side so that they can calculate the potential for growth, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, regarding community safety, the link between education and reduced crime rate, well documented, well researched, Madam Speaker. The UNDP's report titled Education and Safety, the Unseen Connection, highlighted that, and I quote, regions with higher secondary rates experience much lower levels of youth crime, end quote. Madam Speaker, we don't need ChatGPT like the honorable members on the other side do to clarify what this means. Higher education rates means lower youth crime. No, Madam Speaker, it is extremely difficult and, might I add, stupid to argue with facts. But we are here today listening to the honorable members on the other side arguing against this resolution. Now, Madam Speaker, in wrapping up, it's tempting to dwell on the vivid imaginations of the honorable members on the other side that they use to craft their ill-conceived, ill-informed, not even with any credible sources of information, speeches, Madam Speaker. Truly, such creativity should be commended, even if it is misguided and misplaced. But, Madam Speaker, we are here to deal with realities again, not fiction. And as I close, I would like to offer this question to the honorable members on the other side. We are here to talk about USC. So, Madam Speaker, through you, this is an English B question for 6 marks. Madam Speaker, riddle me this. I make the most noise but offer no substance. I dig my own grave and use my speeches to cover it. Madam Speaker, I speak 12 times but offer 0 possible points. Madam Speaker, therefore define the laws of mathematics, causing 12 times 5 to be equals to 0. What am I? Madam Speaker, let me save the honorable members on the other side the time. I'll send the picture in the group chat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are there any other contributions to the resolution brought before this honorable house? Honorable Member for St. George Northeast.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand in firm opposition to the government's well-intentioned yet impractical push for universal secondary education. Madam Speaker, we hear of indirect taxation, we hear of reduction in income tax, we hear of all sorts of things, but I want to encourage members on the other side through you to check with the recent publication of the National Estimates of Expenditure and Revenue and tell me where the money is for all of the grand ideas that they have today. Madam Speaker, the great Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon that you can use to change the world. But we stand here today and we must acknowledge that even the most powerful weapons require careful handling and preparation. The government's aim is to accelerate economic transformation through strategic planning and policies that drive growth across diverse sectors. However, it seems our government's plan for USC to improve the future economic outlook of the country may have more holes than Swiss cheese. Madam Speaker, teachers report that many students are entering secondary schools unprepared for grade level work in reading and arithmetic. The evidence is there.
Honorable Member for the Tongue of Grenville.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of clarity.
Honorable Member, do you wish to yield?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member stated that the evidence is there. I would like the Honorable Member to clarify what evidence he used to come to this conclusion that he stated about the secondary schools.
Madam Speaker, the evidence is going to come through the presentation.
Honorable Member, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in an interview with a qualified secondary school teacher, and we heard the stories of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the evidence, of course, is there, which implemented USC in 2005, she indicated USC struggles with balancing inclusivity and academic rigor. So much so that over the years, she have witnessed the lowering of promotional rates from 45%, in some cases even lower. Madam Speaker, how can we expect students to succeed at a more advanced curriculum when they struggle with fundamental skills? How can we entrust our future to this rum-shop method of economic planning? Yes, we are in support of international declaration conventions and the sustainable development goals that assert that all children have the right to education. But even blind Bartimaeus could see that this motion is ill-advised and poorly thought out. In its current construct, Madam Speaker, the government's approach to universal secondary education appears to be a free-for-all. So whether a student performs or not, all man Jack is heading to secondary school once they have the age. Madam Speaker, no scientific evidence, I am yet to hear it, to support the implementation of USC. How can we say we are committed to quality, inclusivity, and fairness?
Honorable Member for Carriacou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand on a point of clarity.
Madam Speaker, I do not yield.
Honorable Member, next time you would wait for me to ask, but you may proceed with your point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How can we say we are committed to quality, inclusivity, and fairness when we make policy decisions that imply that all that is required is to show up? While some students must work hard and are deserving of their success regardless, others get a free pass. Madam Speaker, according to ISO 9000 suite of international standards for quality management, and this is evidence, quality is defined as the degree to which a set of inherent characteristics fulfill a requirement. This standard emphasizes that quality requires meeting specific criteria, not just increasing numbers. So, Madam Speaker, here is some evidence for honorable members on the other side. If USC is defined as providing school places for secondary schools for students who have mastered the fundamentals of primary curriculum, then in 2009...
Honorable Member for Carriacou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Stand on a point of order. The Honorable Member is reading his speech. Thank you.
Honorable Member, please proceed with your speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Then 14 countries have achieved it by this very definition. Antigua and Barbuda and Barbados are among those countries who have achieved it by allowing the students to master the primary curriculum. Madam Speaker, it appears as if the government is bent on proliferating this fallacious narrative that quality education will somehow be the result of increasing the enrollments in secondary school with little or no investment in addressing these fundamental problems that my colleagues and I have echoed to the chamber this afternoon. It is as though they are more concerned about checking boxes, and we cannot accept this. Nevertheless, Madam Speaker, it is important to address the potentially devastating impact that this could have on our country's economic development. Number one, significant dilution in the quality of education. We've heard it, leading to a less skilled and academically ready workforce. Number two, prevalent attitudes of complacency in the workplace, emphasis on inclusivity, and has inadvertently led to lowering academic expectations. The result, prevalent attitudes of complacency among some students and disinterest from their parents. And of course, this is a sentiment of my colleague, that teacher from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Number three, increased risk of delinquent behaviors lead to increased spending in other areas. Of course, Madam Speaker, overcrowded classrooms, inadequate facility that hinder the learning environment. As students become disengaged and frustrated, guess what's going to happen?
Honourable Member.
I stand on a point of clarity.
Honourable Member, do you wish to yield?
I do not.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, criminal justice, we're looking at spending. Social services, we're looking at spending. We're looking at more healthcare costs, and we heard it from our colleagues on this side of the House. Madam Speaker, reduced teacher morale and motivation, rapid expansion without adequate investment. We haven't seen the funds. We're talking about evidence. Where are they getting the money from? What do you expect? Despite teachers' best efforts, many of them feel like failures due to the lack of parental support. In other words, the secondary teacher is not being given the necessary tools that she needs or he needs to do the work that they're asked to do. Madam Speaker, we cannot play games with the economic prosperity of our people. We must do the right thing and considering the following recommendations to the other side.
Member for the Tongue of Grenville.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order.
You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I am under the impression that the honourable member is misleading the House. Earlier I asked for a point of clarity for the evidence supporting that, and I'm paraphrasing here, children not being ready for language arts and mathematics to get into secondary schools, and the honourable member stated, and I quote, the evidence to support would be coming later in the speech, end quote. Madam Speaker, in his speech, he stated, and I quote, this is the evidence, end quote, and I'm not yet to hear it, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I think my honourable colleague on the other side seems to be unaware of what is inclusive of evidence. And so an interview of a person who, as an expert in their field, in my knowledge is considered evidence of someone who was taught over the years. So I want to encourage them to get it together. Madam Speaker, these are our recommendations nevertheless. We want to encourage them to strengthen primary education. We say hire the specialized professionals, not the one or two persons at the special education desk. We need them in the schools. We want to encourage them to do a phased implementation. Madam Speaker, this is not a jackpot. This is lives and livelihoods. A phased implementation with technical and vocational studies at the primary level, primary curriculum that allows for students to be evaluated for entry into secondary school. Number three recommendation, a merit-based secondary assignment to designated schools with possible specialized emphasis in the arts, technical vocational studies, in the sciences. We must set a standard, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can I have 1 minute to finish wrap up, please?
1 minute is granted. Proceed, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in all of this, we must implement a system of continuous evaluation and adjustment to ensure it meets the needs of students and align to market demands. These are the recommendations. Madam Speaker, to conclude, addressing these potential negative economic spin-off requires careful planning, phased implementation, continuous evaluation to ensure the goal of USC does not inadvertently harm the economic stability and growth of this nation. It is crucial to proceed cautiously. Madam Speaker, it is on this note that we cannot support this motion. I thank you.
Honourable members, I understand your need to support your colleague, but please be reminded. Are there any other contributions to the resolution brought before this Honourable House today? If not, I would ask the mover of the motion to give the right to reply. You may proceed, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am very pleased with the spirited debate that we have all witnessed here today. And I really feel a sense of anticipation for the future of our country because of the great leaders before me on both sides of the aisle, Madam Speaker. But nevertheless, Madam Speaker, I must do the people's business and get down to it, the rights of reply. So, Madam Speaker, let's start from the last and work our way back to the first. So, the honourable member for St. George Northeast mentioned St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So, Madam Speaker, last time I checked the government of Grenada, you know. So, Madam Speaker, so apparently the honourable member needs a geography lesson, which, by the way, Madam Speaker, under USE, a lot of Grenadians will be skilled in geography. Apart from that, Madam Speaker, the honourable member mentioned overcrowding of classrooms. Now, Madam Speaker, that is why there is a saying, the air is an organ, hearing, listening is a function, but engagement of hearing is a virtue. Madam Speaker, I said it for the SAGE plan that there will be investments in classrooms to make them conducive for learning. In fact, Madam Speaker, I would invite the Sergeant of Arms to please bring you this information so you can see for yourself, Madam Speaker. It is detailed right here. We mentioned that. And if the honourable members on the other side of the aisle did not hear it, that is shame on them, Madam Speaker. That is shame on them. Madam Speaker, the honourable member for St. George Northwest. Well, Madam Speaker, he had fire in his belly, which is commendable, but, Madam Speaker, it wasn't fire for prosperity. It probably more was like bad gas or something that he had to let out. Now, Madam Speaker, the honourable member talked about investment in the creative economy, Madam Speaker. What kind of crapaka we are here in this honourable house, Madam Speaker? I had to do a carefully crafted investigation to find out how much money the members on the other side of the aisle invested while they were in power in the same creative sector. Madam Speaker, you might want to make sure everyone must listen to this. Madam Speaker, according to the budget allocations from the years 2015 to 2018, the members on the other side of the aisle invested a grand total, get ready for this, Madam Speaker, it's big, of $0 and 0 cents in the creative economy. And Madam Speaker, and they had the belly to come in this honourable house, in your presence, in my presence, in the presence of these good Grenadian people, and oh my God, to my poor mother who has to listen to this nonsense at home. I bet when I get home I'll be hearing about it. And talk about investment in creative. Madam Speaker, that's hypocrisy. That's hypocrisy, Madam Speaker. That is horrendous. Madam Speaker, the honourable member for St. George Northwest talked about how education and climate change. Madam Speaker, honestly, some things we just can't waste time for, so let's move on. Madam Speaker, the honourable member for St. Andrews Northwest talked about livelihoods are at stake, talked about secondary school, people entering secondary school and they don't have the necessary skills. Madam Speaker, there is an apparent listening deficiency on the members on the other side of the aisle. Now, Madam Speaker, let me provide some clarity since they were refusing to yield. Madam Speaker, in an interview with the current permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education, Mr. Elvis Morin, he provided excellent quality. Firstly, no student would just go in a secondary school after doing the exam. What happens is, you do the exam, you get an education profile. There is a card. And looking at the card, based on your score, if you would have been not competent, if you would have failed subjects, you would not go to a secondary school. You would be retained, and with the information provided on that card, your primary school teachers will know how to work with you. So people, Madam Speaker, think it's based on age, but it's not. It is based on competency. So if you do not display that competency via the CPA, remember, the Caribbean Primary Exit Assessment, it's an assessment. So it's measuring competence. And if the child doesn't meet that competence, you will be retained. Your teachers will work with you to get you up to speed so that you could go to secondary education. And regardless, Madam Speaker, even if these children were in secondary school, through SAGE, the teachers will be trained. The teachers would have the teaching material. They will be equipped. How many times must we say that in this honorable house, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I thank God I don't have high blood pressure because I've been dead already. Madam Speaker, the honorable member for St. David East talks about technical and vocational education. Madam Speaker, once again, Madam Speaker, through SAGE, talked about the creation of centers of excellence where adults can learn skills. Madam Speaker, you can check the speech. It's right there before you. I have said it. Madam Speaker, my colleague right here even mentioned the establishment of centers of excellence for people to learn. It wouldn't just be students, but even adults. And a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, because of the limits of time, I couldn't mention this. It was found out in a study done in 2018 where children, when they see their parents going to extra classes, because of the positive role model that gives, it encourages the children to not just only remain in school, but to excel in school, Madam Speaker. And I will provide it for the members on the other side of the aisle for review for our next section. Madam Speaker, the member for St. John South talked about sociological and psychological aspects. Well, Madam Speaker, didn't I say again for SAGE there will be enough counselors in primary and secondary schools to help students with their socio and social problems? Madam Speaker, all of that was mentioned in SAGE. All of that is not a lie, Madam Speaker. Check the speech. My goodness. Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker. The honorable member talking about diagnosis. Madam Speaker, they want to talk about diagnosis. Let me give them a diagnosis. Madam Speaker, once again, I call on the Sergeant of Arms to present this chart to you. It's about the early identification system. Remember, Madam Speaker, I said in my speech, it involved 4 systems, including intervention, identification, ongoing assessment, and all that. Madam Speaker, all stakeholders, all relevant stakeholders were consulted to create the early identification system. That's why we said it was a double helix approach. We have SAGE, focusing on mainly the school environment, and we have the early identification, focusing on homes, communities, mental health, and all these things, Madam Speaker. It is right there, once again, in the chat. Madam Speaker, also, if the Sergeant of Arms could present one to the Leader of the Opposition for her to see for herself, that would be very appreciated. Because I don't want them to say, we did not come with facts, because we are an administration of facts, Madam Speaker. We don't do fairy tales here, Madam Speaker. We don't do fairy tales here. Madam Speaker, the honorable member for St. George, for St. George South, talked about the healthcare system. Madam Speaker, let us remember, the members on the other side that went power for about like 20 years, and the healthcare system was bad then. So what are they complaining about? They had the power to change it many times over if they wanted to, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's like the cockroach want to call the butterfly ugly and say that people don't like them. And Madam Speaker, that cannot work in this honorable house. Any fault in the healthcare system, through you, Madam Speaker, to them, we inherited it from them. And they must bear responsibility for that, Madam Speaker. Now, mind you, Madam Speaker, that doesn't mean that, okay, we know that we are not to blame and we leave it as how it is. No, Madam Speaker. The people trust us, and by the grace of God, we will fight to make sure that all citizens, from the moment they are conceived to the time that they die, have an excellent healthcare system, Madam Speaker, because that is the duty of this government. Madam Speaker, the honorable member for St. Andrew Southeast talked about different abilities of students,
government had to take into account the different skills of students and the role of men in the education system. Madam Speaker, we do not disagree about having men to be involved in our education system, you know. We do not agree. In a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, when you look at the diagram I gave you for the EIS, it talked about community and family involvement, and the role of men is mentioned there, and even in the report that I will provide for the members on the other side of the aisle before our next session. Well, let's just face it, if they survive, Madam Speaker, if they survive. Madam Speaker, one of the members on the other side of the aisle mentioned, oh yes, Madam Speaker, the member for St. George Northeast is important to ask about where the money will come from. Well, Madam Speaker, I mentioned again, SAGE, we got investments from our regional partners, including the Caribbean Development Bank, our international partners, the European Union. Madam Speaker, in a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, I have the facts right here. The European Union alone, post-Hurricane Ivan, contributed 10 million euros for the reconstruction and rehabilitation of all damaged schools. And Madam Speaker, I trust that the members on the other side of the aisle, since they don't really have anything serious to do because they're in the opposition, they have a lot of time on their hands, will have ample time to know that the current president of the European Union, Ursula von der Leyen, spoke about engaging more with countries of the global south and small island developing states. And the European Union, as we can see right here since 2004, have always demonstrated a willing hand to not just help Grenada, but small island developing states. And once again, as I mentioned in my speech, they are our partners. So we will have the funds to implement SAGE and the early identification system. Madam Speaker, it's as clean and simple as that. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition, talked about the system was flawed, juvenile arrest, and all of this. Madam Speaker, again, early identification system. You could check the chart before you. We have mention of engaging with the Ministry of Social Development. I even mentioned the Bacolet home. The Bacolet home. Madam Speaker, my honorable colleague, the Minister of Labor and Legal Affairs, said we will be giving them a second chance. Madam Speaker, they are human beings. We have all made mistakes and they deserve a second chance, Madam Speaker. We said that in our speech. The SAGE plan, Madam Speaker, I must quote from myself, of course, is a comprehensive strategy that was crafted after key consultations with the relevant stakeholders. Madam Speaker, we are a government of engagement. We don't know it all, Madam Speaker. We welcome engagement from each and every willing soul who is willing to work with us for the betterment of Grenada. Madam Speaker, in the interest of time, let me conclude here that universal secondary education is the way to go for the growth of our nation, for the growth of our economy, and to ensure prosperity for Grenadians. And it is only, Madam Speaker, with not just universal secondary education, but using the plan that is SAGE, the strategy for advancing Grenada's education, Madam Speaker, will our nation, especially in this post-50th independence era, achieve greatness. Because, Madam Speaker, I want when Grenada is celebrating, Madam Speaker, I want when Grenada is celebrating 50 years. Madam Speaker, I want when Grenada is celebrating 50 years, 100 years of independence, I'll be a mere 75 years old, and I hope to still look handsome and stuff, but I want, Madam Speaker, with my family and my grandchildren, to open this bottle of non-alcoholic Ever Drink the Apple. I want to open it, put it in a glass, raise it, and toast to my beloved country, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I will want you to join me. I want the clerks and assistant clerks to join me. Madam Speaker, I even want the members on the opposite side of the aisle to join me. And also, Madam Speaker, the members of the gallery. I want all of us, when our nation celebrates 100 years, that we could celebrate together as one people and one nation, aspiring under God to achieve greatness. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Cheers.
Thank you, Honorable Member for St. Mark East and a Leader of Government Business. Honorable Members, the question is that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas all children have the rights to education as affirmed in international agreements such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the Sustainable Development Goals. And whereas the state of Grenada is transitioning towards universal secondary education, or USE, and has proactively implemented strategic measures to pave the way for its attainment. And whereas the government of Grenada is committed to inclusivity, fairness, and lifelong learning, recognizing education as essential for societal and economic growth, national development, and individual empowerment. Be it resolved that the implementation of universal secondary education, or USE, is an effective strategy to guarantee quality secondary education for students in the state of Grenada. Be it further resolved, the USE will provide opportunities for citizens of the state of Grenada to maximize their potential, thereby contributing to the overall growth and development of the country. As many as are in favor of the resolution be agreed, say aye.
Aye.
Those of the contrary opinion say nay.
Nay.
I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The resolution has been agreed. Honorable Member for St. Mark East and Leader of Government's Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that this Honorable House be adjourned sine die.
Honorable Members, the question proposed is that this Honorable House stands adjourned sine die. Honorable Members, the question is that this Honorable House stands adjourned sine die. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those of the contrary say nay.
Nay.
I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The business of this Youth Parliament of the Parish of St. George stands adjourned sine die.
Senator, the Honorable Jonathan Lacrette, Minister of Youth and Sports, Senator Nealon Franklin, Assistant Coordinator in the Ministry of Youth, Ms. Janelle Edwards, Head Facilitator, Dr. Tessa Sincere, Senior Supervisor within the Ministry of Youth, Mr. Andy Gaskin, Parliament Committee, Community Outreach Officers, esteemed judges, youth parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Before I move on, I'd just like you to give a lusty round of applause to everyone, all the parliamentarians here today. I think they did an exceptional job. Now, just a little background on this group. I must say I am filled with immense pride and gratitude because I was tasked with the responsibility of facilitating and teaching these young men and women the parliamentary procedures and the whole process. And I am super proud. It wasn't easy. It definitely wasn't easy. It was beautiful, however, these young men and women, they're very inquisitive. They question everything. And sometimes they're stubborn as well. So the journey was somewhat testing, but very rewarding, right? Now, I just want to give you some words of encouragement, right? I think that you did exceptionally well. You exceeded my expectations, and I urge you to continue participating in programs like these, right? It's an opportunity for you to learn, to grow, and to refine your skills. And remember, every mistake is a stepping stone to improvement. With every experience, you are shaping yourselves to become better politicians, parliamentarians, and future leaders. So, I hope to see your involvement in many other programs that this ministry will be having onwards. So at this time, I would like to invite the head facilitator, Dr. Tessa Sincere, to give a few remarks. She has been the one who has been supporting me. If I need clarity on anything, one phone call away, she's there to answer and clear up anything I need. So let's welcome Ms. Tessa Sincere.
Thank you very much, Ms. Morris. Honorable Senators, Assistant Youth Coordinator, Ms. Janella Edwards, Community Outreach Officers, judges, parliamentarians, audience, online and in the gallery, and everyone else who made this possible. This voice is just very deceptive, but we'll talk about that at another time. I say that because when we get into debate, all of this disposition that you're seeing here changes to somebody else. And I loved what I saw this afternoon. And let me appreciate Ms. Morris, and I'm going to do something that I didn't do in any of the sittings before. Could all of the past youth parliamentarians in the room stand, please? All of the youth parliamentarians. An audience, I would like you to give them a round of applause. Now, those of you who are not standing, I would like you to just recognize, and Corey, Kwesi, Joshua, Ramon, Madam Speaker, the assistant, y'all can sit. Miss Morris, Miss Edwards, I can say Nilon because he's accustomed with me. Nilon, Mr. Speaker from yesterday, and all of you. And I see Kisi at the back, and Tarek. And all of these names, well, the majority of them have one thing in common, except Senator Lacrette. I have coached almost every single person who stood here this evening. And just like Ms. Morris, I feel very proud to now hand over the baton to people who are now coaching others. And this is what this is all about. I endorse everything that you say, Delisa, every single thing. But part of this process is being able to now hand over to someone else who can take your position of coach and training. I want to make particular mention here, and I'm not necessarily singling out anybody, and point to Senator Nilon Franklin. When I had him the first time, he was timid. He insisted that he wasn't going to speak. And you see how these, well, Delisa, you were there. Lots of questions, back and forth, you know, every single thing. That's the attitude you want to have, an inquiring mind. And I listened to Honorable Jude Fraser. And while I was listening to Honorable Jude Fraser, I motioned to Senator Franklin and I said, he reminds you of yourself, right? This is exactly what I saw before, and I know where you've taken them from and what they have done this evening. So I want you guys to give yourselves a round of applause. It is no easy feat to stand and take a mic and deliver as you did. People look at it and, you know, they think it's easy until they're put under that spotlight. And then all the nerves come in and all of that. But I want to appreciate the work that the Ministry of Youth is doing with these youth parliaments. And I want to echo that call that Ms. Morris made. Get involved, stay involved, stay involved. Mentor someone else, whether it's in writing skills, whether it's in public speaking skills, whatever it is. Because in life, it is not just about us. We pass the baton on so somebody could continue and continue. This is how the cycle goes. And sometimes we pay it forward, right? And you may think that this person may be a difficult person to teach, a difficult person to mentor, but this is where you get the opportunity to help them, and I'm going to use it again, to show up and show off. Madam Speaker, I was very proud of you. You took command of your house. This is your house. I was very proud of you, so kudos to you. Keep it up. And I loved what I saw, because it means that you actually understand the standing orders of the Grenada Parliament. That's important. You understand that this is serious business. You understand that when you come here, you're speaking to an issue that has serious implications for not just your lives, but lives down the road. And the topic that you debated tonight was actually the topic that I researched at Teachers College. I'm not going to share the results to sway Senator Lacrette and his colleagues in cabinet in any way. But let me just say to you, continue engaging, continue being involved. You are young, but for once, make your youth count. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Sincere. At this time, I'd like to invite Senator the Honorable Jonathan Lacrette, Minister for Youth and Sports, to give his remarks.
Senator Franklin, Dr. Sincere, my hard-working staff at the Ministry of Youth and Sports, well-wishers, parliamentarians, prospective, that is. Universal secondary education is real, eh? And I'm going to briefly say this to you. In 2012, when Grenada achieved universal secondary education, 2013, 2013, when Grenada achieved universal secondary education, I was in my 13th year of teaching. And the first batch of students we received at the school that I taught at, when they came in Form 1, they could not read nor write. In fact, after the diagnostic exam, after they sat CPEA, and we tested them so that we can place them in the Form 1 that we wanted them to be in so that they can receive specialized instruction. We recognized that they could not go in 1A, 1B, 1C, neither 1D. We had to create a 1E. And with the creation of 1E, they could not receive or have the regular 8-period schedule like 1A, B, C, D. Like the primary structure, they had to have a sit-down teacher for the whole day that taught them the various subjects in a simplified form with an integration of literacy, numeracy. Of course, they repeated a couple times, and that's just the system because I heard up and out this afternoon. Of course, they repeated Form 2, they repeated Form 3. But when they got to 4, it got to a, oh, don't laugh, no? It got to a very frustrating situation because by that time I was no longer vice principal, I was principal, and then I had to deal with this group of Form 4 students who at the 4th form level, and this is not to sway any side, I'm giving you a real life experience of what we deal with as educators in the education system. At that level, I was looking at some grown 16, 17, 18, and 19-year-old young men and women who were struggling to pronounce rat, sat, cat, and car. And Mrs. Philbert would bear me out. I sat in front of the literacy coordinators as the principal, and tears streamed down my eyes because I said to myself, that could be my child. The next management team meeting, we decided that we had to do something with that group of students. We can't repeat them in Form 4. It would be an injustice. And we can't just put them up in 5. It will be an injustice because they can't write CSEC. So, Dr. Sincere, we decided that we are going to create an apprenticeship program. And Mr. Campbell, the technical head, had a brilliant idea because at that particular point in time, we exhausted all ideas that we could come up with. And he said, but Mr. Lacrette, why don't we engage the business community in St. George Northwest to absorb these young people based on their liking or based on their desire in terms of the craft that they want to be a part of. And I said, okay. Now, I know Mr. Campbell may hear this, but every now and then, once in a blue moon, when Mr. Campbell gives you an idea, run with it, because you don't get it very often. Very good technical teacher. So when we heard it, I said, qualify what you're saying for us. Kind of flesh it out a bit if you have a fleshed out version in your mind. And he said, well, it's not 25 of them, it's about 15 in that specialized class. Let's have a meeting with them and their parents, find out what is it that they want to do, whether it's mechanics, whether it's early childhood education, etc. And let's lay before them all the businesses in St. George Northwest and what they offer, and let's see if they gravitate towards it. Of course, they did, and they chose various businesses that they would like to go and do the apprenticeship program at. Of course, we developed a curriculum for the morning period, which involved some degree of functional mathematics, not mainstream math. So how to sign a check leaf, just in case you end up in the business arena and become an entrepreneur. How to do simple exchange of money, what kind of change to receive if you give her $20, those simple functional mathematics, things that you would need for everyday life and everyday use and function. We had a little bit of agricultural science in there, and some literacy and some numeracy. So after lunch, I wrote officially to the businesses. I let them know this is an apprenticeship program that we are embarking on as a school for some special students, and we would like their buy-in. And all of the businesses said yes. So there were about 3 boys who went to the fisheries in Grand Mall, and I'll never forget it. The general manager, after 2 weeks, called back and he said, those guys are so good. I have to pay them a stipend per day. I said, Jesus, take the wheel. Because if the others are not getting paid, this is going to create a problem for us. So they started giving them $60 a week. Not huge, just for them to pay bus, maybe to buy something for school, etc. And the fisheries in Grand Mall opened an account for 3 of those boys. At the end of every week, they ensured that the money was placed to their accounts. So they came back to school after about a month and started boasting to the others. Yo, we getting paid now. Yeah, the man paying us $60 a week. So they came to us and they said, but sir, we at Hippos, and there were 2 boys at Hippos Tires, and they said, but we at Hippos, we don't get in. So Hippos started paying his boys $40 a week. The only girl in the group went to the preschool at Happy Hill because she loved the children and she wanted to do early childhood education, so we sent her to the preschool. And there were 1 or 2 other students, I can't remember off my head where they were placed in the Northwest business belt. Every quarter, we gave an assessment sheet to the businesses that they would report on the progress of the children, and that formed part of their exit assessment at the Form 5 level. So they did that for 2 years, Form 4 and Form 5. And they exited with our school's qualification as it relates to their degree of competence in the area of craft or business that they gravitated towards. And I use the example because it's a living example, and I was able to live it and to really change the system. We can't start at the secondary school level. We must start, not even at preschool, at home. So it needs a whole societal overhaul of how we view education, because it does not start in the formal school system. I thought that you guys did extremely well. I was proud. And when I came into the ministry in January, and I called for an overview from a technical perspective, we hired a consultant to give us a technical perspective as it relates to assess the programs under the ministry and give us some recommendations as to how we can move forward and allow these programs to evolve into something more valuable and sustainable for the young people that the industry, that the youth industry and sector serves. And we received some recommendations, and the team came up with the idea to allow the Youth Parliament to evolve and the National Ambassadorial Program to evolve. And I'm really pleased to see the quality of debate, the level of research, and I'm going now. And as I've said through all of the parish debates, don't lose your voice. When you stand to speak and articulate your position, the room must stand still. Because the room must recognize that the person that is now standing to deliver and articulate his message or her message is a person that you want to listen to. Because the individual does not only bring content and substance, but the individual speaks to generations to come. And what you are doing here this evening, and I'm going now for real, is speaking to generations to come. You can lose everything else. Don't lose your voice. It may be the only element that you have to wake up the generation that is listening to you via social media. God bless you.
Don't go yet. All right, so I know the minister said he's leaving, but now, the moment you all have been waiting for, the distribution of certificates. So I would ask you to assist me in distributing. Oh, sure. So I'll now call on, sorry for that, Senator Franklin, Elon Franklin, to say something to you.
A pleasant good evening to everyone, Senator Lacrette, Dr. Sincere, and the staff at the Ministry of Youth and Sport. Of course, I'm put on the spot because I was simply invited to observe, and I didn't plan any remarks. But I do have to sort of piggyback on what Dr. Sincere mentioned earlier as she singled me out. I remember when I initially started as a National Youth Parliamentarian, honestly, I didn't want to be there. I went because I was asked to, and that is the kind of person I am. Dr. Sincere is a generally nice person. So I was there. Kissy was there as well. Terek was there. I'm not sure. I can't recall anyone else in the room was there. And I was asked to be the Prime Minister of the National Youth Parliament, and I refused. And Dr. Sincere was adamant. She said no. So she called a vote amongst all the parliamentarians sitting, and I was the only person who voted against myself. Literally every other parliamentarian voted for me. I guess they saw something in me that I didn't see in myself at the time, and it was through the National Youth Parliament, that engagement, that exposure, that training, that has me in the position I am right now. I say to you, do not throw away this opportunity. You have an excellent opportunity to serve your country at this level. You can, and most of you inside there, I foresee, will serve at the level of the actual parliament, whether it be in the lower house or the Senate. You have very good prospect. I listened to, and I have to single out Jude again, the Honorable Jude. I thought the same thing when Dr. Sincere indicated to me. You were excellent. Akim was excellent. I'm just pointing out off the top of my head some of the speakers that stood out to me. On the government side, I think the leader of government business did an excellent job. And I did indicate to someone earlier when he sat that he gave the why and the how, and it would be difficult for the opposition to oppose. And he did come back in the end and defended himself. Excellent debate. Congratulations to all of you. And I am hopeful that Grenada is in excellent hands in the future. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Senator Neilon Franklin, for that contribution. All right. So we move on to the distribution. First, we're starting with the Prime Minister, Honorable Corey Coutain. Followed by our opposition leader, Renee Campbell. Leader of government's business. Really stood on business today in this house. Kwesi Pope. Minister was Shadow Minister for Education. Melissa Julian. Then we have the Minister of Agriculture, Blue Economy and ICT, Michelle Aberdeen. Followed by Elon James. Next, we have one of the most familiar faces. You saw him, St. Andrew, St. Patrick, and now in St. George, Joshua Andel. Jonathan Mitchell. Looking as sharp as ever today. Ramon Charles. Sherika Hippolyte. Jodelle Anthony. Thank you, Minister Lacrette. We'll now like to invite Dr. Tessa Sincere to assist us in the distribution of certificates. Shanice Benjamin. Ramaya Griffith. Marcellus Noriega. Tapiwanashe Hokozi. Akim Williams. Leah James. Mr. Jude Fraser. Symphony Lord. Angela Bowen. Thank you, Dr. Sinsay. Would now like to invite Senator Neilon Franklin to assist with the rest of certificates. Giovanna Mark. Vernique Lewis. Jamal Mitchell. Alista Amada. Yeah, look at that suit. Brian Lee Strawn. Our assistant clerk, Shaquille Thomas. And his excellent timekeeping skills. Miss Donisha Henry. Such a beautiful clerk in the house today. And our most esteemed Madam Speaker, Jada Glean. Ladies and gentlemen, I know the name long, the list was long, but that's because I think we had the most young men and women in parish, the most participants in St. George. So I'd like you to please give them a lusty round of applause. And I'm saying, congratulations. You are now officially a youth parliamentarian. I'd like to call on Symphony Lord at this time to do the vote of thanks.
Good evening, all. My role here is none other than to thank all those who contributed, whether big or small, to the preparing, the planning, and the executing of this St. George's Parliament sitting. To the Senator, the Honorable Jonathan Lacrette, Minister of Youth and Sports, Youth Coordinator, Ms. Carleen Perryman, Assistant Youth Coordinator, Ms. Janelle Edwards, and staff of the Ministry of Youth, we thank you all for your efforts and thoughtfulness in this process. Honorable Andy Williams, Member of Parliament for South St. George, we especially thank you for your astounding efforts in attending our training in preparation for this sitting, as well as enlightening us with insight and allowing us to participate in your ad to end gun violence. I'm pretty sure you saw that, well, most of you. Now on to the diligent Parliament team and community outreach associates, which includes, just to name a few, Ms. Keisha Edgar, Ms. Diane Charles, and Ms. Princess Smith. We express our gratitude for your endless support as well as your consistent presence in our training sessions. Also acknowledging the head facilitator, Dr. Tessa Sincere, for always giving her support to our facilitator and answering her calls to give clarity on things regarding Parliament. Yes, our facilitator did indeed wish for me to personally make mention to these efforts. We are all indebted to the ones who extend a helping hand to us. With this in mind, we will never forget the one who was our guide through it all, our head facilitator, Ms. Delissa Morris. She has impacted on us an appreciative sentiment beyond words. On days where tired was an understatement, she still ensured that we were attended to and help was given whenever needed. To Ms. Morris, I wish to directly thank you for all you have done for myself and all the other youth parliamentarians here this evening in our navigating of this unique experience. The knowledge you impacted will never be forgotten. And your patience and dedication will very much be held closely to our hearts. Now, as much as I'd like to continue emphasizing our endless appreciation of Ms. Morris, I must make mention to the others who have also contributed to our successful sitting. To the ones who this would be impossible without, my fellow youth parliamentarians. I express my profound gratefulness for each and every one of your efforts in learning, adapting, and collaborating in order to make this evening a success. We have worked together for countless training sessions to turn a quite interesting sitting into reality. The bonds created and knowledge shared would most definitely be remembered. Not forgetting the caterers Liz and Raul, as well as bus drivers Mr. Jeffrey Cyrus and Mr. Akim Cobb. Your services provided have greatly enhanced this experience. To the principal of the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Mr. Kenny James, and his staff, I extend a heartfelt thank you for accommodating us today in the utilizing of this auditorium, as well as all our various training sessions. And to all principals in our midst, I take this time to acknowledge your support for us and the achievement of this sitting. And last but not least, I thank the judges for taking the time to come and judge our sitting. They are Mr. Michael Lambert, Ms. Netva Francis, and Mr. Keron Phillip. I hope I said that right. Now, if I have not made mention to anyone else who has made a contribution, I conclusively extend my gratitude on the behalf of my colleagues and I. Thank you all, and I do hope this sitting was indeed an enjoyable one.
All right, thank you, Symphony. I think that deserves another round of applause. All right, so to close off everything, I'd just like to extend a heartfelt thanks to each one of you all, parliamentarians, the ministry, everyone that came here today, for making this sitting an unforgettable one. The parliamentarians, your dedication, your hard work, your time has all contributed to the lasting impression you made here today. And I think everyone else can agree with me. So, as we end today, I would like you to stand. Stand. Take a bow. Take a bow for all the hard work you have put in to this journey, right? I think that you all did an excellent, exceptional job. And we'll celebrate, the party afterwards. All right, everyone, thank you for coming out, and do have yourselves a good night. Reach home safely.